And maybe we'll go to Reagan or something. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on
it. Okay, good evening. This is the January 19th, 2023 Huntley Community School District 158 regular meeting. It is 6:03. Can we roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry.
Here.
Mr. Guerin. Mr. Troy.
Here.
Mr. Quagliano.
Here.
Mr. Daly.
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino. Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Okay. Quorum. First item is make a motion to go into closed session at 6:03 for the items enumerated in the agenda. Second.
Second.
Mr. Craddy, can we have roll call, please?
Mrs. Maiorino.
Here.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mr. Daly.
Yes.
Mr. Guerin. Mr. Quagliano.
Yes.
Mr. Gentry.
Yes. Okay, we'll be in closed session.
That could be worse.
Make sure that I switched out
You don't want that tonight.
so make sure that your
Through the front page. The district front page.
Okay, good evening. We are back from closed session. We've actually suspended closed session. So we need to take roll call to resume public session.
Mrs. Nagarino. Here. Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Mr. Troy.
Here.
Mr. Daly.
Here.
Mr. Guerin. Mr. Quagliano.
Here.
Mr. Gentry.
Here. Okay. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, Dr. Rowe, we're gonna.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. Coming off of winter break, Huntley 158 had a challenging start to 2023. We lost one of our, Heather Frederick, a beloved PE teacher at Heineman, this past weekend. And we're struggling. We're struggling mightily. Heineman's an extremely close-knit building, and in particular the PE department. Heather trained, I think, all of them in terms of, and to be really strong educators. She was a 1992 graduate of Huntley High School, grew up in Huntley, currently lives in Marengo with her husband Ryan, who is a longtime educator at Marlowe. Another wonderful, wonderful teacher that we all care about and respect. She's 21 years as an employee in Huntley 158, and leaves a legacy of positivity and love, which I think is maybe what we all can hope for when our time has come. But she was a positive force and an extremely strong leader. In my 12 years in the district, I've only gotten to know her in the last 5, and had the opportunity to work with her on a number of different committees and occasions, as she was typically the representative from Heineman for everything. I really respected her a great deal, and it's a huge loss to our community, as was obvious for those that came to the services on Sunday and then the celebration of life that we held last night at Heineman. She leaves a legacy of making lives of those around her better and influencing positivity in your daily life through physical activity and gratitude for the gifts that we all have in life. So with that, she will be dearly missed, and our support for Ryan and her family will continue as long as they need us. But if you would, I'd appreciate joining me in a moment of silence and respect for her memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance. Do I have, says from Marlowe? Reading this right?
Nope, just us.
Just us? All right, if we could all stand for the pledge.
Oh, yeah,
Wait, we do, yeah, okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, I thought I saw.
We're here, we're just goofing off out in the hallway. I am joined by Julia and Francis. Francis, we're super proud of, was the Marlowe Middle School Spelling Bee winner. And we had to bring Julia because she holds it down and does the Marlowe Pledge every single Monday and Friday.
Fantastic.
Okay.
All right. You guys ready? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Want to go up and take a picture?
Great job. Come on up, guys. Come on. Join us for a picture if you would. Thank you very much. You did a fantastic job. Thank you.
You want to scooch over this way? There you go, right there. There you go.
Everybody else scooch over this way.
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Awesome. Great job. Great job.
Okay, next item is public comment. We have several people making public comment. A reminder that, our public comments, should be limited to 3 minutes. Hold the timer, and we'll let you know when you've hit the 3 minutes and ask you to kindly wrap up. If you could, if you haven't completed, we'll start out, with Zahida Budina. Yeah, if you could.
Just make sure the green light is on, if you would, please. Perfect.
Hi, so my name is Adita Kaderna. I am new to the district. We moved in June. My son goes to Martin Elementary. It has been a wonderful transition. We moved from District 54 in Schaumburg. The community is really wonderful. We love the Hootenanny. It was really great. So we have really loved being a part of the community, and it felt very welcoming. We also are very appreciative of our principal, who last 2 weeks ago did an amazing job, as well as you guys helping with the situation that happened at the school. So I just want to say thank you so much for that. The reason I'm here tonight is because my son has an IEP. He also has hydrocephalus, which is commonly known as water on the brain. He was diagnosed at 3 months old, so he has a shunt. And in District 54, they actually have a program through young athletes, which we could also do at ECC, as well as K through 8, which is a Special Olympics program. This is Special Olympics Illinois. I know that at the high school level, there is Special Olympics offered, but there is nothing offered with Special Olympics in this district for children of K through 8. My son used to do snowshoeing, ski, swimming with District 54. He was very, very active. It was an all-year program. I think this is something that this community desperately needs. There are many, many children with special needs in Huntley School District that children just want to be included, and unfortunately for a lot of our children, they can't play regular sports with other children. So being able to play a sport and go to a state program down in Bloomington and win a gold medal is so uplifting that it really transitions into the educational, that they, just by winning a medal or an attendance trophy and a participation in a group setting as a team, filters out into the education program to make them want to do better. So I'm here asking if this is something that can be looked at. And I did call early on when we moved here and asked. I was told she would call me back. She never did. So I came here tonight because I'm tired of waiting, and I even volunteered my time. I have 2.5 twin-year-old girls, but I volunteer my time. I was the coach for the swim for District 54 Special Olympics. I would love to help organize this and get it started for all of the elementary schools, as well as the preschool program for young athletes of Special Olympics. I've already talked to Special Olympics of Illinois. They're very eager to help us get this started. And I think it would be a wonderful opportunity for this community, for our families, and for our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Kathleen Troutman.
Good evening and Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you.
I wanted to take a moment this evening to really kind of talk about the LIGHT program. I know Dr. Rowe is going to be sharing some updates on that this evening. But I thought it was important to share with the board the meeting that took place on December 6th in Marlow, just some of the feedback that the parents shared, just so that the board has a little bit of that information, and hopefully Dr. Rowe will be incorporating that into his presentation tonight. One of the things that came out of that discussion was, some of the parents sitting there, well, by the time a decision's made, my child will be aged out of the program. And that's really, in February when I had the last meeting on the LIGHT program, I kind of felt the same way. My son will be aged out. What's the benefit for him? But then I sat and said to myself, you know what? You're still a taxpayer in the community, and you still want to advocate for our children in our district, no matter what grade level that they're in, that we have a strong LIGHT program for when students need a transition and give them the best opportunities to succeed in life. And I think we can do that with the LIGHT program. Another point that came across was that the board doesn't understand really what goes through a parent and what they're dealing with if they have a child with special needs. I know that there are a couple board members that do have children with special needs, so I don't necessarily know that that's the case across the board. But I also know that none of us here have a owner's manual that tells you how, even with a typical child, how to raise them. So you do your best as a parent across the board. When it comes to the transition program, some of the parents, they do have a choice. When you get to that age, just because we offer a transition program doesn't mean that parent has to have their student go through that. So it is a choice. You can decide to either accept your diploma and walk away from it, or if you want 4 more years to give your child the best opportunities to develop and continue to grow, you take advantage of the transition program. Storefronts. I think parents needed some clarification on exactly what a storefront is and what we could do to help their students if we do put a storefront in place. I think that hopefully that with Dr. Rowe's presentation that will be part of the discussion this evening as well too. I know there was talk about a location. I think we're still in search of a location for a storefront, but I think if we really put our community together, we could really make an impact for that. It was also brought up about the candle cells, and I believe that Strategy Ed, maybe not so much the transition program that offers the candle cells, that's done that in the past. I think we need to continue to get our students out in the community, and certainly we can take advantage of the Huntley Farmers Market. And also at the Dole Mansion on Sundays, there's a very nice farmers market there. I think we need to help get that revived. If we're not doing it, we should be doing it to help our students. And if it's a resource issue and you need parents to help, I think that's one of the mothers that attended the meeting, said, hey, I'm a parent, I'll help. Well, then, you know what? I'll in public comments. I'll volunteer my time if that's what's needed to help the district, to help our students to get some involvement in there. So in the district's annual report, the message from our superintendent talks about our continued commitment to be innovative, giving learning opportunities from kindergarten on. And I don't want to take away from Dr. Rowe's presentation tonight. He did have a presenter at the meeting. I think it is a way of innovating. I think it's a way of thinking things differently. I'm going to be a parent that's going to continue to challenge the district, and that's a step. But we need to keep building and growing and doing what we can to help our students. It's showing one way of the innovation, but there's more that we can be doing, and I think the storefront is the other opportunity.
Okay, Kathleen, can you wrap
Yeah,
up?
yep. As a parent, it's hard really kind of sitting in the seats back here while questions and things are being discussed with the board, because you really want to be involved and you really want to help impact our students. I hear at the board meetings all the time the cheer of, hey, hey, Huntley. And of any of our students, our special needs students really need a win. We need to do what we can as a district and a community to help poise them to be as successful as they can in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you. And Carrie Cross.
Hello. I first wanted to say thank you for having that meeting. I think it was eye-opening for a lot of people, and listening and engaging with parents. It meant a ton to the parents to be able to be heard and to actually have communication. Had this been done at the beginning, a lot of heartache and frustration could have been avoided. Let's keep open communication going forward. The LIGHT program is supposed to be the light at the end of the educational tunnel for students to learn life skills, to be able to thrive more independently, depending on their level of need. We do not want to see this tunnel become a dead end for our most vulnerable population. We have to do better, not just at this program, but throughout the entire special education program and process for all of our students. I'm pretty sure, I think it's about 1,200 students currently have IEPs, and I've continually said up here that that number is only growing. So we have to fix it. The impact they make on those around them is just as significant, if not more in my opinion, but that's a personal opinion, as typical kids. Our kids are people with thoughts and emotions, and they want to be acknowledged and treated with dignity. I'm praying that the right decisions are made for the future of the LIGHT program. Also, with some of the administration resignations, I am praying that the district fills those roles with someone who has actual classroom experience and knowledge and can support the staff that needs it more than ever. By supporting the teachers, the aides, the paras, and the endless number of staff involved, it will ultimately benefit everyone in the district, and especially our students. Please make the right decisions tonight.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay, that's all the public comment I have that was given. Okay, we're on to revision and adoption of the agenda. Are there any items that anybody has on the agenda that they need revised or removed for any reason? Not. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Second. Pick one.
Mr. Gentry will get the second there. Okay. Superintendent's report.
Dr. Vogt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, we do need to vote on that. Good.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin? Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mrs. Majorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Superintendent's report.
All right. I have a few things that I wanted to cover tonight. Cover a bill out of a lame duck session down in Springfield that failed, and wanted to share the district's stance to start off. House Bill 5188. You heard quite a bit about that bill last spring in general. A similar bill last spring in general session was the sex ed bill. It caught a lot of attention across the state of Illinois, where the proponent of the bill wanted to mandate the national sex education standards be taught K-12. And essentially it was modified so that only school districts that are teaching it currently need to align to that, which for us means 6 through 12. In lame duck session, there was an attempt in House Bill 5188 to mandate that K-5. It fortunately failed, but I wanted to just share with you that I and a number of other superintendents in the area, including IASA, the Superintendents Association, and I believe LUDA, contacted all of our representatives and shared our opposition to this bill. Not only did we feel that the content was inappropriate for elementary age students, if you read the national standards, that's where that opinion comes from, but most importantly is local control is what this board has and our school district really believes. We believe that should sit, and the curricular decision should sit here. All of our representatives, I'm happy to report, both Republican and Democrat, were in support of that, support of our stance. So our representatives, I share that for two reasons: to share our advocacy, but also to share that our representatives are in line and we've had open communication with them. All right. The second topic is something that I wanted to share the last meeting, or I promised I would be sharing in January, and it's a report on absenteeism. And we're seeing an interesting trend begin to develop, and I wanted to highlight this. So bear with me for a few minutes while we walk through this, as I have some data that I want to share, as well as an explanation of what it means, where we believe it's coming from, and what our response is. This is a very new challenge for us to overcome. Chronic absenteeism in the state of Illinois. The state of Illinois does track chronic absenteeism, and it is a part of our state report card and overall rating in Illinois. So it counts, I believe, 5% of that total overall score. So it's not an insignificant rating that the district has, and it's one that stood out to us when we were analyzing this rating last year. So chronic absenteeism is defined by the state of Illinois as a student who misses 10% of the school days within an academic year with or without valid excuse. So 18 days out of 180 school days, a student is chronically absent and technically truant by the law in the state of Illinois. Excused absences include a wide variety of things, whether they be, an excused absence, a vacation, a medical note, even if the child is sick with strep throat, they go see the doctor and the doctor's note comes back, that technically it still adds up to be a part of that absence. So if you think about 18 days over the course of an entire school year, it's kind of a lot, but you could see it happening in the current environment in which we're living. And that's kind of the story that we're going to tell and share how we're addressing this. So 8,674 students is our current enrollment in Huntley 158. And as of December of this year, 25.58% of our students fall into the line of technically being chronically absent. That's an alarming number. It's way higher than we think we should be. But if I put that into perspective and share last year at this time in 2021, that percentage was 12.9%. Last year in December, we were still being required to quarantine students for close contacts. So put that into perspective of how much that number has grown in terms of our attendance rate, and we've got a challenge that is requiring a lot of our attention. The state of Illinois' average across the board is 28.9, showing that it's not a Huntley 158 local challenge, but one we face across the state of Illinois and actually nationally. This is a conversation among school districts and school leaders of school districts are beginning to wrap their head around how do we respond to this? Where is this coming from? Well, there's a number of places that it's coming from, but I'm going to share with you what we're uncovering school by school and the trends that we're seeing. We began tracking this back in September, really, when we some of the first reports of, hey, this is a topic you may want to start paying attention to. Dr. Budzinski pulled the data for us, and we were surprised that we were actually higher than the year before with the quarantines. So if you look at that, that's month by month by school. So it's not isolated at any given school. All schools have been experiencing an increase and kind of a fluctuation month by month. There's a lot behind that data in terms of the story that it's telling. But then if you look at 2021 in comparison to 2022, you'll see that across the board there have been increases in terms of the number of absences that we're seeing. So why? So our takeaways of what does this mean? There are post-pandemic increases in chronic absenteeism, as I said, locally, across the state level, and nationally. The impact from 2021, as I said, the quarantines and for close contacts were in play, whereas now they're not. It tells a very strange story that almost doesn't seem like it fits. But what we have to consider is, I think everybody in this room will acknowledge that if your children in the household have probably been battling a cold or strep throat or some sort of illness since September. I know mine have. The adults I think every adult in this room has battled something. So, the news refers to it as the tridemic, where COVID's still around. RSV in our youngest kids, a respiratory illness has caused some major problems. The flu, as we enter the winter, is predicted to be a challenge. You add strep throat, and our Legee families just received notification this week of the health department deems Legee to be an outbreak of strep throat. So we've got a lot of illness that's floating around that's contributing to some of this, and that's perfectly valid reasons to not be in school. This is one of our challenges. Yes, we want you in school, but we also want you to stay home if you're sick, so that way we can kind of contain that illness. So it's contradictory in terms of the accountability at the state, which is a sliver of why we're telling the story, but also more importantly is we can't really explain yet why we're seeing this dramatic increase. But health and illness is playing a role. That's something that, obviously is a part of our system and we have to work with. And again, we want our families and our kids to stay home and our staff to stay home if they're not feeling well so we can contain that illness. But what we know is that strong academic behaviors, a culture of learning, and involvement are key factors to students wanting to be in attendance, because clearly it's not just an illness. Whether it be a long weekend and we're taking an extra day, we've got a number of students that are traveling out of the country for a month at a time, and that's a part of what we experience in attendance at schools with families that take vacations, the right time for them to take a vacation in the fall, whether it be prices and when parents can get off work. Those are all factors that are at play here. But in totality, we're seeing a pretty stark increase in terms of those percentages, and we're trying to tackle it. But the other thing we also do know is that absences from school have a direct impact on your academic performance and overall success, and that's our charge. That's what we're trying to work towards as the overall is creating graduates who are ready for whatever lies beyond high school for them. And we need them in attendance in order to accomplish that. So we've got an interesting challenge that we're trying to navigate and figure out. We don't have a guarantee solution yet. This is going to be probably a longer challenge for us to navigate. So what are we doing? At each building, our administrators, our nurses, the admin assistants, counselors, social workers are banding together, and we're talking about it, monitoring what we're seeing. What happens at the building level when the assistant principal will run a report. Typically, we do this weekly, if not every couple of weeks or monthly at the least amount. And what you do when you look at that attendance report is you run the attendance report for anyone who's over that threshold of, say, 10%. And then you look at the reasons why they are absent, and you begin to eliminate students that need maybe a contact. So if they've been absent for 5 days with the flu, there's a reason and a logical rationale as to why that student is not in school. Set that one aside. We'll revisit this next month if it's still a problem. But you see, excused by parent, excused absence, and there's not a medical note that's associated with it. We're having conversations around what follow-up is necessary to determine, because sometimes you're sick and your parents decide you need to stay home, and that's perfectly acceptable. But it might require a letter or a phone call or a conversation. We're using the data to kind of diagnose what improvement strategies and what communications need to take place. And then, as I kind of said, the most important thing is to understand the why and begin to kind of peel back this onion so that we can provide supports if we're dealing with maybe some school avoidance or there are some underlying challenges that we aren't aware of, whether that be anxiety or whatever. Coming out of the pandemic, we've seen a lot of different responses in kids, and again, as I said, peel back the layer of the onion. We'll be doing so for a little while, and this is a new challenge. So some of those strategies that we're putting in place, I'm not going to read all of them, but communication and contact with the family, notification letter of, hey, you're over this threshold, we want to be a partner. I know that sometimes those letters can be alarming. We don't mean them in an alarming or attacking manner. We want to engage in conversation, and if there's a challenge that if our families need help with, we want to be a resource and help with that, whether it be a home visit or coming in to have a conversation, or it's just an awareness of a day here, a day there begins to add up and be on the same page and understand about those impacts are. So, I want to be clear that this is a challenge for us, but it's one with a whole lot of different explanations that are almost individualized because the we recognize the illness that's going on in the community and across the country. And there's a lot of different reasons for why we're here, but I wanted you to be aware that it's a sizable challenge that we kind of thought come October we would start to see tail off, and it just hasn't. So I didn't want to go any longer without bringing it to your attention and let you know that we're tackling it. And it'll be something that we'll update you on from time to time, hopefully with a positive trend in the data once our interventions have begun to take hold. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those, or Ms. Lombard is really taking point on this with the principals in the building to help me answer.
I do have one, because one of the things that jumped to mind really quickly was the change in the legislature or the legislative initiative to allow for mental health days.
It's a good point.
And so I wonder, you know, now with I believe 5 is the number. So if there were students that were under that threshold previously and now take advantage of the 5 mental health days, is that tracked as one of the reasons for being out of school, and what level of effect is that having as well? Are there a lot of students that are taking those mental health days, or is it something that's
Well, I think maybe if you want to explain the process in terms of the number of days and when we start to just check in.
Right, and so, very similar, it's kind of individualized. If, again, they pull those reports, they are tracking that, and so there are the 5 days and what supports, right? So if someone is calling in under that, mental health, excusal, we want to make sure that the family and that student has the right support. So that team will look at, okay, Jessica's parent called in, she has that team would touch base with the teacher, social worker, if there's something going on, just kind of that level of, let's keep an eye on that. After that second, it's to reach out to the parent, to talk a little bit more about what might be going on, what supports can we offer at the school, what community supports can there be at level 3, that third one, okay, we've had that discussion, now we are going to need to offer that support and have them speak, whether it's with a counselor, social worker. Again, it depends on what that situation might be.
Oh, sure.
You know, we know that those are days that they're given, but again, it's for that reason and rationale of many of our, you know, the social emotional support to get help to the students or to the families as soon as we can. And so that, again, all of these interventions, whether it be for illness, whether it be for that school avoidance, it's the mental health, we now, you'll see a policy change with civic engagement, and those things keep adding as those are excused absences. But that threshold of the 10% hasn't changed. And so similar to behavior or academic, we want to be able to support that student to figure out how can we assist with that, as well as making sure that they are in school when they need to be or can be, and offer the support for students. So that is a challenge, but with that, at each one, as those are called in, there's levels of support that the school would reach out on, and letting parents know we need to, at this time, once you've done that, we do need, it's required, we want to, but it's also required to have them talk with one of our staff members, but also with other things, with like Care Solace and all of that, we can offer some of those supports too, that can be done not only in our schools, but also in that community outreach as well.
No, and thank you for expanding on that. So my head went to the numbers, not the non-numbers part of it. So thanks for that explanation, because it's important to know the background that goes into the mental health day and the tracking. It's because it's contrary to my head where it went first. It's not just numerical. It's the other social emotional component of it. But still, I am curious if those numbers were at the 13 level, let's say by the end of the year, or that you're tracking it mid-year, so numerically it's less, but then you're seeing that additional 5 days. Is that pushing more students over that threshold?
I don't think that we can place
the definition of it.
I don't think we can place that cap of the mental health as like the straw that broke the camel's back in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
You know, I think that it's the culmination of a lot of different things that are going on. When you have, you know, as Ms. Lombard mentioned, you know, it's now an excused absence to go be an election judge if school were in session on election day. We support that. I love our kids being involved in those sort of things, but it's a day out of school.
Right.
The 5 mental health days, I completely understand where the state was coming from and that becoming an allowable absence, especially as you work your way up into the demands of what high school really is as a super involved student. That extra day off sometimes, I get it, but it's a day not in school. So I think what we're trying to do is just raise the conversation to the point that we're talking about all of it, because if you're sick, you should absolutely stay home. If you're interested in the civic process and you want to be an election judge, we strongly encourage you to go do that, and we'll support you and connect you. If a mental health day is needed, take the mental health day. Yeah. It's an excused absence, but look at it in totality with the understanding of what's the impact it's going to have on your academics and your in school. And us as a school, we need to raise the this is a sign we need to raise the conversation and bring it to the forefront, because people may not be aware of how many days that their kids are missing. So that's our hope, is that bringing this to the public and having the conversation with individual families, there's an increased awareness of when we choose to take a day off, that there's really strong meaning behind it, and we kind of understand how many days has it been and what's the impact. How's my kid doing? What can we work this? Can we make this appointment at 4 o'clock or on a Saturday, which everybody wants, and I know how hard they are to get, but can we look at things a little bit differently, because presence in school is really, really important.
And even to that end, you mentioned the demands at the high school level. That picture from school to school level, because at the lower grades, it's one thing, and then as you move on to the upper grades, that picture does look different, and that's certainly what the numbers showed. So I get that.
I mean, while initially there's some shock value to it, I think I'm really happy that we're having the conversation, and I hope that we can engage with families and how we can help if there is, because what we're going to uncover a handful of challenges that some families are facing, and they don't really know how to solve it yet. And staying home is the answer right now, because that's what their student can handle. And we've got a lot of resources that we can provide and support them on that transition back. So I'm really hopeful that some productive and supportive conversations will result. I know our building leaders are ready to help, and as are we.
Yeah, thank you both.
That's really, I remember last year when my student was quarantined, that wasn't getting in Power School the notification really of the absence. Like the nurses were communicating that somebody was out on quarantine, and so it was just kind of understood. But is it possible that our numbers last year were like underreported inadvertently, like through a quarantine? So that's why our numbers.
No, because if a student was sent home on quarantine, the office would have put that in. That may have been why you didn't get your initial notification, because it was handled at the office level for every period of the day.
So it would have been like almost forecasted or pre-set.
Whereas now, like if you were to call your child in at a secondary school, if you don't call your child in, each period of the day and you have your notifications turned on, you're going to get the buzz from Power School every time attendance is taken. Whereas if that phone call is made to the office, the attendance secretary will put it in for the day, and you're not going to receive that.
Right.
Or you may receive it once in the first period if they don't get to it in time. I bet you that's it.
Okay, so that was just my question about in terms of the drastic.
We were very deliberate about our reporting structures last year to make sure it was in line with expectations. So I don't anticipate that being the rationale. No believe so.
And then,
2 years ago, that may have been the case, because while they were quarantined, many of them did get on for Zoom.
Right.
And if they were able to participate, that was considered in attendance. They were there.
Yeah. Okay.
But last year's that would have been 2 years ago if we would compare to that. But last year, I absolutely agree with Dr. Rowe on that piece of that. And probably we're seeing a lot more of that anxiety, school avoidance component, and how do we address that piece for the students? So,
have you been able to drill down, as my second question, in that percentage so far as to what percentage of that is being made up from something that is not an illness related, that can be Do we have that data? So right now, one of the things we've actually been working with, technology department on that is, at the various levels, codes are, most of them are, it's an excuse absence, dependent on, some of the levels was medical verified, may have been, somebody that, could have been home hospitalization, something like that. So we're actually, doing, training next week and having that discussion, with our, building principals at the elementary level. It's not just an excuse by parent. We want to have some of these codes to exactly be able to depict, if it is because of an illness, is it because of something else? We do have the, mental health day, code that's out there, but really can we have some other codes or ways that we can put comments in so we can do exactly what you're asking to track for that, so that we can look, we know how we can do it through conversation on specific students, but are we seeing trends at the various levels, and how can we do that? So, not right now, but we are shifting to that, right, as we speak.
Good, because I think that's important.
We're trying to seek out the individualized, more personalized, what stands out, and connect with individual families to try and just layer by layer peel it back. And see where that takes us. We may uncover another rock that we have to dig around and see what's under that one too. And that may be where this leads us, maybe winding and weaving.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, this is, trends we see local, statewide, national. Is there something kind of out there in the think tank world as to data available or hypotheses that are out there that are kind of data proving out that could be leveraged? That
Nothing that I've seen in terms of what the data's proven out yet. I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that after teaching remotely for a good portion of time, some of our students have an increased level of confidence in accessing their learning remotely. I've even had conversations at home with my kids of days that not feeling super well. I can get it on Schoology. It's okay. No, we're going to school. But if you think about that on a grander scale of I have a higher level of confidence of accessing my work online, and if they have the view and aren't placing as much value in what's going on physically in the building, and I can check the box and task it and complete the tasks that are on Schoology, there's some of that probably in these numbers. And there's no great solution. That's peeling back the onion and figuring out, you can't replace the interactions, the engagement, some of the activities that are taking place in the classroom, the more critical thinking skills with just completing tasks that are posted.
Right. But that would be an example of something that would be nationwide, statewide. You'd be seeing the same type of thing. Corporate world, you're seeing the same thing.
Sure. Our students are demanding to work from home just as much as the adults are.
Yeah, I want to make sure we don't kind of forget about that, population of students who actually do work best independently at home. Yes, we talk about their best learning is in person and their absences have an effect on, their grades and their performance, but really there is that chunk that really do plug in and are able to learn.
Well, and to that point, Mrs. Maiorino, that for that very reason is why we have created the fourth pathway of learning at the high school, giving students access to online courses. So it's not fully built out yet where your entire day could be online. And personally, I don't believe that that's the best route for a student to go. However, every student's different, and every student has, if they are successful in online courses and they can begin intermixing them into their schedule, we're going to continue to build that out year over year to the point where if that's needed, then by all means, at least that path is there, and working with the school, we can create that avenue for a student to earn our diploma at our standards with our teachers overseeing it, instead of through a home hospitalization type of instruction where it's just not at the same level of quality, which is why that's hard to access, because we believe our what's happening in our buildings is better.
I mean, the question or comment I would have is, this is fairly substantial. So what's going on in the buildings with the teachers, and what are they saying about how this is affecting their ability to teach and where the kids are at from a learning standpoint?
I
can't give specifics on that component, but, definitely was in a data meeting today at one of the buildings, at one of the elementary buildings. We were looking at kind of winter sports and whatnot, and those discussions are being had with teachers, whether it's at that level, or maybe even through the, MTSS process of looking at whether there are behavioral or academic concerns of, hey, right now we see this, so-and-so is scoring at this level right now. Well, they've also had X number of absences, and how that is having that impact. And then again, what does that then translate of what type of supports or conversations should be had with students? So to give specifics, we do understand that, and it's even with tardies, right? X number of hours in a day, when those add up, that's number of days missed. And so you definitely see that impact. And so that's part of the discussion that's being added into those data meetings and the MTSS process, because attendance impacts the academic part of that. And sometimes the academic piece is what's causing the attendance, because again, there may be anxious about that material, or they're not doing well, and so then there's that avoidance component of that. And so I think, I don't have all those specifics, but teachers definitely see that correlation, and they're having those conversations at that building level there.
Yeah, the presumption would be they would have to, there's a lot more for them to do with respect to all this. If the kids aren't there as much, it's dealing with the kids, it piles up on the individual kids, or the amount of time they have to spend
Absolutely.
with them, helping them.
Right, because the teachers still want to, they may be out, but they want to help them catch up, and they want to help them get that mastery. And so that builds up when they do return back to school.
I was just curious what kind of backlash there was from the teacher front at all, if they were having a hard time dealing with the level that this is at.
That hasn't come up in terms of conversations we have with principals or even teachers union or individual conversations with teachers. However, if you do think about that, for every student absence, there's the collection of work and the organization, the communication with every single family in order, what does the student need to have access to. So it does begin to pile up on our teachers, and but that has not come up yet, although I'm sure after tonight it will.
Just saying.
It's the right conversation to have. Yeah, we need to understand that.
Right.
Right.
Any other questions on this or comments? Dr. Rowe, get into this.
All right. I have a couple other topics just to share some really exciting things that we're really proud of. You may have seen the article in the newspaper on Tuesday, but the ABC Influencers event that took place on Monday. Back in June, I was contacted by Jim McConaughey, who's the president of the McHenry County Economic Development Corporation. And the Economic Development Corporation in McHenry County, their sole focus is supporting local municipalities and attracting businesses to our area. And, I've known Mr. McConaughey for a number of years, and he, grateful that he reached out, but he asked us and Harvard School District to participate in an idea that he had and help build that idea. And I and Dr. Beelan and Mr. Kennedy, Mrs. Martins, the counselor at the high school, Mr. Weedoff, CT department chair, and Mrs. Henk, one of our engineering teachers at the high school, joined this planning team and for the last 5 months built this concept of a new attempt at connecting educators and business leaders to solve some of the challenging issues facing us in terms of McHenry County, which is our workforce. And how do we get our high school students familiar and aware of all of the opportunity that's available to them in McHenry County, and connecting them with our manufacturing firms. So we narrowed it down to visiting Flowcon and Mac Automation in Woodstock. And on that tour, we learned all aspects of what that particular business does. So not only the manufacturing floor and what they're producing, why they're producing it, what their market is, but HR, the receptionists, to accounting, to their IT department, and exposing our teachers to the life of the manufacturing world that sometimes we get, but they don't often get because they're in the classroom with our kids. And the idea is to begin forming informal but meaningful relationships with teachers as influencers, with local businesses, so that they can say, I'm in need of a machine operator, no experience needed, we will train. These are the characteristics and skills that we're looking for. The teachers who interact with our students every day might say, I know this student would be perfect for that. Tap on the shoulder, make the connection. From job shadows to internships, to just being aware of the vast number of jobs that are not manufacturing in terms of being on the floor in a manufacturing firm in our backyard. It just so happens that, Flowcon makes the lotion pumps, air sprayer, and the little ballpoint in, if you've ever used the Tide to Go pen, that's made in Woodstock from start to finish. If you've ever, the car's touch-up pen on your car, it's made in Woodstock, start to finish. So it's really interesting. Our teachers were exposed to that. So we brought 34 teachers. Harvard brought 16 based on size. And we got to tour and have a really great day exposing our teachers to a side of the business world that they don't always get that opportunity to connect with. And it was a tremendous experience. It culminated in kind of a social gathering. And Mr. Daly was able to join us and interact with some of the members of the Economic Development Corporation board and some other businesses in the area, and just begin that more of an organic relationship of teacher to business leader directly for our students to benefit. So I'm really grateful that Huntley 158 was invited to be a part of that. It's something that that we're passionate about, and we really want to connect our students. Because our ultimate goal is not only to create graduates who are ready for whatever life holds beyond high school, but we want them to come back into McHenry County to continue the cycle of a strong community. And I think this is a really great step in that direction. So we appreciate we were invited to be a part of that leadership team, and I'm grateful for the team that joined me to be a part of that. And I look forward to what that brings. So far that brings a closed LinkedIn group for communication and a closed Facebook group for communication back and forth between businesses and teachers so that they can begin. This is what I'm looking for. These are the skills that we're after. And I'm hoping that we've tried many, many times to connect with the business community. And there's challenges both ways in making that work. This is a new approach, and I'm excited about it. Hopefully it pans out. So we'll see what holds, but we're excited to be a part of it. And then finally, I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Rollins, Jeff Rollins, one of our orchestra teachers. He opted to run, and we hosted a local orchestra festival at the high school. And it's one of those things that happens in the district that a lot of times I don't necessarily even know the date that it's happening or all that goes into it. But Dr. Beelan and I actually got a number of emails in the last couple of days praising Mr. Rollins for his coordination efforts and the elevation of orchestra and just music in the district. And I felt it felt compelled to share that. Mr. Rollins is making a big impact on our school district, and the orchestra program continues to grow. Our music program it took a hit after COVID. Our numbers have been down, but we've got tremendous people and they're doing good work, and our kids are shining. And just want to kind of sing his praises tonight for putting on a great program and sharing what Huntley has to offer in terms of our music program that we're very proud of. And that's it for the report. I'll take any questions. Right in?
Jump
All right.
in. Okay.
Well, as was alluded to in a couple of our public comments this evening, I did want to walk through a brief presentation and hopefully spend more time on the discussion side of things when it pertains to LIGHT program and our journey to find LIGHT a permanent home. As Mrs. Cross mentioned, that the December 6th meeting, and Mrs. Troutman mentioned, the December 6th meeting was I mentioned this in my December report. It was a challenging meeting. It was a challenging meeting to listen to some of the feelings and perspectives of our families that have been in the LIGHT program and their frustration surrounding the Marlowe move. And while the rationale for making the move, I completely understand. We heard them loud and clear, and as we have over the number of months. Earlier in the day, I did meet with the LIGHT teachers on the same day as the parent meeting and listened and discussed with them some of the the challenges they faced at being at Marlowe and what their ideal environment was and their preferences, so we could try and get the entire picture before coming back to you this evening to give a recommendation for that path forward. And as a recap, you know, this is similar data. Nothing has really changed, but I just wanted to recap you as it was a good while ago from when you saw this. We met with our staff met with Wold Architects to kind of what are the needs, do a needs assessment for Light if we were to pursue building our own building or renovating a building. So this all-in needs assessment was the dream of a building outside of one of our current schools, and all those needs taken into account. Needing about 15,000, just under 16,000 square feet to accommodate that if it was not in an existing building. If you'll remember, option one, building a standalone building, which of course everybody would love to do. I mean, having been through the renovation project at the high school and being able to design your own place, it's obviously definitely the ideal without question. The price tag and the avenue in which we have to go in order to get that is why I'll be recommending the move back to the high school. But I just wanted to remind you of the path that we've taken and what the options were. Option two, we engaged in some conversations with Lance Bland and the owners at Union Special. Look at their professional development building that has been unoccupied for a while. While we were intrigued by the building and its location, the possibilities that were there, the renovations were going to take us $6.3 million, and it was going to still be a tight fit. When you walk into that building, the first steps you walk, you either have to go up or downstairs immediately. Many of our Light, a number of our Light students have physical handicaps, and that would create a challenge just in walking in the building. And I think we would have more challenges immediately than celebrations, and let alone getting into the asbestos from the building built in the 1960s that we'd have to abate prior to navigating this process. So option three was to add an addition to one of our buildings. This was surprisingly expensive. We didn't expect this to be this high. I thought tapping into the utilities that were already in existence at Heineman being the preference if we did this and creating that own space. It was more expensive than we thought, and we wouldn't be able to get away from some of the challenges and feelings about being in a middle school, which are understandable. The fourth option will be renovating the wing at Martin. Martin has a section of its building that is unused. There's still some space at Martin, and if we renovated that wing of the building, we could do so at the cheapest price tag. However, if the feelings are as strong as they are about being in a middle school, going to an elementary school, it would not be a healthy environment. And with all of the building around us, what if Martin was needed for classrooms for elementary students? We'd hate to solve a problem and potentially create another problem down the road. So where we currently stand after, our internal conversations and left with two options, I think. And option one would be building a brand new standalone facility. In order to accomplish that, Mr. Altmaier and I have had conversations about this and feel that the route we'd have to go would be asking the community in a referendum for funds to do that. Option two would be return to the high school. As enrollment begins to decline at the high school, taking a portion of that building and dedicating it to Light and going through a renovation project to give Light its own entrance and a dedicated area of the building that can feel like a separate school in their own space and really allow them the ability to thrive in that building. So based on our current economic environment and the route of going for a referendum is not something that we ever want to do. We really aren't interested in that, nor are we confident that in today's environment it would be successful at it. The most important route, I think, is solving this challenge in front of us, and I'm recommending that we return to the high school and I'd like to engage with Wold Architects to begin the design process of what that renovation at the high school might look like. Dr. Beelan and I have spoken, and he's fully aware of the space I believe that we'll need to begin that conversation. He's given us the fact they can accommodate that, and we'll work with them. But I wanted to engage in a conversation with you, to kind of gauge where you are on this and have a conversation around, return to the high school versus going for referendum to seek a standalone building. As I said, my recommendation is to do that, go to the high school and conduct a renovation. I can't give a guarantee on when that would occur. I am hopeful that we could go through the entire process and complete a renovation to transition back for the 24-25 school year. But again, there's a lot of work that would have to be done with the architects and ironing out that work. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that, and if you support that idea. If so, I can begin work immediately.
I would, to me, I think you could potentially go on a parallel path. You could seek a referendum to see what kind of community support you had, with the idea that it worked, you'd have a backup plan as you do in option 2. My question in option 1 would be, if it's successful, where we build it?
Well, if it were to be successful, the options that we have that I think make the most sense, there's the space directly across the street from the high school main entrance, which was originally designated for the middle school if that third campus were to become a campus.
Right.
To me, the most sense would be in the corner of Reed and Halligus on our Reed Road campus,
Right.
where the farm field currently is. I think if we were to build a standalone facility, I would advocate and go down the path of putting the storefront in the school, and that's the most centrally located location for the community to access and engage in the business, versus having people travel out to Harmony Road.
All right, so I believe you were showing us the different things we had looked at. It was in the $8 million range. Did that contemplate the storefront with it, or probably just the building on?
It was the building on its own. There wasn't a storefront part. Now since then, the cost of lumber has come down. Those wage costs have not. So I don't know if, many months later, if that number still holds. I can't imagine it would be too different.
Right, so if you're gonna go that route, potentially, you would do that, I mean, you would do it through the highest, best use, and you'd probably get that project closer to $10 million all day if you get I'm just saying on the high side, that's.
High side, I would push you to 12. Because I'm thinking, if you think, because it's 16,000 square feet.
Right.
Met our needs now. If we were going to build a standalone facility, I would advocate we build slightly more than we need.
Correct.
To allow for growth, and there's the aspect that we probably cannot accommodate by staying in a district building of allowing students to tuition in. That's not a priority of ours. However, it's something that, our program is pretty strong, and with a standalone building and the dedicated support that we're going to be allocating towards it, it's only going to get stronger. I think we're already receiving requests for people to tuition in, and we just don't have space.
Right. Right. So if you're
And to
asking.
be clear, tuitioning in a student into a program like Light is not a financially lucrative
Right.
endeavor. So we can't equate tuition dollars with offsetting this cost.
Yeah.
Because it's $12,000 a student,
Mhm.
and that's just not. It's not going.
Yeah, you're never gonna recapture.
Our teacher costs and things like that will eat that up.
Right, so it's, in that scenario, more like $10 to $12 million.
Probably.
Looking at, so, I'm still, it's, in regards to a referendum question, it's a question to the community, their willingness to support it financially. In order to do it, it probably wouldn't, do the quick math in my head, but it wouldn't be that horrific of a bond rate amount. You'd be doing it over, the way we've structured our debt, going out in the out years, 2 years and out, we've kind of got that level debt, so we probably could, layer it and present it in a manner where it wasn't, it's gonna cost more money to the taxpayer, no doubt, but it might not be that cost prohibitive, in regards to how we currently have things set up. So, I mean, I'm just stating that I would be open to a parallel path here of seeing if this is something that the community wants to devote the resources and the, a little bit more finances towards, or, not, we have a backup plan that we're willing to go to.
Just a quick question, having never been through referendum and like talking about getting a feel for how the community feels, what is that process and what is the timing on that?
Process, well, I'll tell you my perspective, because a number of us have gone through these many years ago. The process is such that, like, it can't be the administration can present that information, but they can't be, this has to be a community-led, community member-led type of campaign to do that. And the district is able to host open houses on what its plans are, but the district can't be in a position of being super, aggressive as far as how it has to present it in a factual-based manner, and it's more left to the a community committee who would champion that, try and seek its approval. So that's typically how referendums of this type work. So,
Yeah, and that's an oversimplification, obviously.
we try to be a simple guy.
No, I know, and that's exactly where the starting point is, because there's always the timeline of how to proceed with that to make sure that it gets on a ballot, make sure the information is disseminated to the public in that timely manner. But yeah,
How long does it take to get on a ballot?
It just has to be done in
I really don't, new.
there's a time frame.
So Myron, I haven't run a referendum either, be new for me too.
Okay, so we're all on,
Yeah.
all those are.
No, I mean, all this stuff, it's governed by law. I mean, there's big statutes on all of this.
But should either be an April or November election, a
Correct.
certain timeline.
Correct. You would, yeah. Yeah, but I don't think you have to be, get a question out 6 months ahead of time. I mean, but you do need to have a plan and some concrete information before you're going to be ready to put it on a ballot. I think technically, I can't remember, but it's only a couple months ahead before you actually get it on a ballot. I think there's a few of us here who actually helped write some legislation as to how referendum ballots look and disclosing this information. So, yeah, I heard about it too, type of thing. So, I mean, it's something, like I said, I'm open to anything that, because that would take community involvement. Community's on board with something like that to that extent, I'm okay with that. I would be okay with going to that level, or, like I said, if it's, then we've got our backup plan. But it may cause an extra, going through that, it may cause an extra year of waiting to see, and that's why, I don't know that people are willing to wait on that. I'm not saying that's the number one option, I'm just saying, potential. Wouldn't discard it out of hand.
but it definitely puts some closure on the entire discussion. It puts some finality to it, and I think that in and of itself to me is attractive, because if down the road, we mentioned, or Dr. Rowe mentioned, that one of the reasons that this becomes a possibility, not the movement back to the high school is a possibility, is because of the declining enrollment.
Right.
So if we have an uptick in the enrollment, now we're back at the same problem. It may not come for another 5 years, it may not come for 10 years, we don't know. But it definitely puts the entire discussion back on the table, and now you have the timeline of cost of materials and labor and everything else that goes with it. So this cost will definitely not look the same when that high school enrollment ticks up. But there's no guarantee that it will, so it becomes kind of a dicey proposition. But this solution, to me, puts some finality on it, where the other one could find us back in the same situation years down the road. And maybe that's a situation where I'm not on the board and it's not my decision anymore. It becomes somebody else's, on a different board's decision.
Finality in terms of.
Well, you have a settlement building.
What direction?
Right, okay.
You
Okay,
have
I thought,
No, you have,
Having a standalone
Yeah,
building
we cannot-
versus in-house.
yeah.
we cannot keep bouncing the light around. They just can't be the moving piece that, we just can't do that.
We're not,
They need,
no, we're not,
they need
we
a
shouldn't do
permanent,
that.
and the only pullback that I had with option two was, I know that's the quickest option, right? I know families are eager to get out of Marlow and they want, a permanent home, but I also didn't want to lock ourselves into, then the high school is the end all be all, and that's the end of that discussion, kind of put it away and lock it up, because I think we need to always be thinking ahead about them having their own home. They need their own building. I know that's hard, that's easier said than done.
No, which is fine. But that would require, the only way that's happening is the referendum.
Mm-hmm.
And obtaining more money from local taxpayers to help support that.
So if I can provide a little bit of explanation behind why I elected to go the route I did in my recommendation. Because like you, I'd love for them to have their own building. I think that's the ideal. The reason I went the direction I did is what we know and what we have in our pipeline. We've been graduating 750 students a year for the last 8 years, maybe. And we've been bringing in 500 kindergartners a year at that same time. So what we know for the next 10 years in our school district is our high school is not going to be at 3,000 students. The type of influx of movement into the district that is going to give that sort of a bump in enrollment at the high school is pretty significant. And it goes back to the early 2000s days, late 1990s days. So our enrollment has been declining. We've gone from 10,000 to 8,600 in the last 4 or 5 years. And yes, we're still having move-ins come in, but if you have that 250 student gap each year they're graduating, it's shrinking to about 150, 125 gap with the move-ins that we have. So our high school is going to be at about 2,400 students in a handful of years, which takes it back to the size that it was in 2013, before the renovation. So, and then there's 10 years of that. And so I respect the angle about the permanency of it, and I was attracted to that initially. But the reason I went the direction I did was we see what's in the pipeline. I don't have the concern of the high school getting to a point where space becomes an issue, and we accomplish the goal of the more immediacy of the change. Because, like you're right, Mrs. Marino, moving twice is not an option. It's not healthy for the students, and it needs to be a final decision. So there's no clear path as to how to get it. There's certainly go the referendum route and do it. It's going to add at least a year to the process. And I just think that we have to be upfront about that. But at the same time, it could be the best result possible. But the reason for my recommendation comes with what we know is in the pipeline, and it can accomplish the immediacy of it. And then Mr. Altmeyer and I have discussed the path to how we pay for it, and feel very comfortable with that would not require increasing tax.
Right, and again, even in the referendum option, obviously we're willing put some money in from existing funds in the second option, we would, say it's a $12 million project, we might, and the option two was gonna cost us $2 million, and we were gonna do that without a referendum, we'd probably just be bonding out like $10 million in that scenario, and still only enough $2 million from what we think we can. So, and that's why I'm saying, the referendum cost to the local taxpayer would probably not be that, everything's substantial, but it probably wouldn't be that terrific, especially in light of the fact that we technically are bringing the bond rate downward here over the next 2 years. So it has viability to be able to attempt it if you want to go that route.
What other, like, does something like this building, if, the whole vision, how this estimate was done, does something like that exist elsewhere? Are there other programs, or what do other programs look like out in the world?
Well, I don't know, in terms of if a standalone building exists, of like what we're talking about. I believe many are, ours is a combination of in-district and at the local community college.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's the county's hat, I'd have to navigate that.
Okay.
Sure. That'd be one of the tasks to take, obviously. Just like we did when we did the expansion, you go and visit other models to generate ideas.
Right.
If that does exist, we'd certainly go look.
And then the other question I had, logistically, you mentioned the 12,000. Is that like a mandated rate for tuition?
Yes, is the state.
So it's defined as this is what you will get.
Correct.
So then
Mr. Allmeyer, just for clarity, a special education student tuition in is not a different rate, is it? Because the needs might be different?
Correct, because the special ed student tuition in rate is based on the program that they're part of.
So it might be different.
It might be different, yes. Based on the program, right? The
Okay,
number
well,
of
then I may have
AAs, the
misspoke
number of
earlier, and maybe it's a
teachers,
different rate we have to invest.
Social workers as part of the program. All
But I
three
still
is
don't,
the cost of that tuition.
you still wouldn't
right?
say that it would be like a money maker in support of the program, other than paying teachers and resources needed to educate the child.
Correct.
I mean, I would think of it more as I'm just asking the question of the other way is it a financial risk of population increasing from out of district, and then you end up spending more? I mean, it's a money.
I think the difference there is we can control that of
Right, yeah, we don't have
who's
to-
allowed in or not,
Right.
yes or no.
Yeah, we'd hit capacity, we'd have to allow people from the outside to come in.
But if you had the capacity, could you,
We could.
say, just hypothetically, have the capacity for 200, would you have to, it seems like you'd be compelled to take the 140 people who are interested in moving in. Or you're saying no to that?
I'm saying, I mean, if we can educate the neediest students in the area at a higher level and have the capacity to do that, we should do that.
Right. So
But more on the human side of things than the financial side of things.
Right.
And typically, when a student in special education is tuitioned into our district, it's a little bit different than, say, somebody's in District 47 wants to come here, we have that tuition rate, that they're, it's the school, in that case, in all of the ones we have had in the past, Mr. Outlier, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the school district that is paying that tuition and component. We build out that program, there's a whole cost sheet of what that looks at. And so that's part of that district reaching out, that maybe our program would be able to meet the needs of that student better. We could talk about that tuition and component if an individual was looking at that, but typically it is the other district that's reaching out, saying that this program meets the needs that we might not be able to do, and then there's a whole cost program. So, again, that looks like that it may be more, it may be less, but it's absolutely more to meet the needs of the student that another district is not able to do. Maybe it's a smaller district or something like that. So.
And then don't know how to ask this next question, or just kind of outright is, if the move out of the high school never happened, what would the sentiment be to, hypothetically, what would the sentiment be today? I mean, would it be an issue being at the high school, or would it be everything's A-okay?
Well, I think that's where the teacher group was. Their preference was a standalone facility, and rationale being these are students that are 18 to 22. I think that's why it's the ideal, because, they're not high school students. They're 18 to 22-year-olds, and like-age peers, which is why the relationship with MCC is so important, because the Tier 3 and Tier 4 students are taking courses and accessing their learning 4 days a week at MCC. And it's the Tier 1, Tier 2 students that need a little bit of additional support and a little bit more focus on the life skill component, independent living component, are the ones that typically stay in-house with us.
Right.
So it's a combination. We probably wouldn't be in the same boat. However, the conversation of how do we get students, as Mrs. Troutman said, how to get students out in the community a whole lot more. So much of the program is based on community outings, accessing things like the PACE bus for personal transportation, to independent living in a library or in an apartment setting, so we can replicate that. That exists at the high school, but also pre-pandemic, when transportation wasn't the challenge that it is today, they were out all the time. And I think that's what life will be like at the high school, is going back to trying and replicating as much of the community outing as possible, but building in an enhanced learning environment that gives the semblance and sustainability of their own space.
Right.
So this conversation would be happening, it wouldn't be to the level that it is had it not been for it. It's my opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
So let me ask the question a little bit different way, or look at this a little bit differently. In your meeting, and maybe this didn't come up specifically, but did you get a sense from that parent group what was more important, getting this done faster or having the standalone facility? Because that's ultimately where this choice goes.
Sure.
If we run this on a parallel track, you're going to have to wait a year before one falls out, right? If the bond referendum fails, then you go with Plan B, but now you've lost a year of time. So to Mrs. Troutman's point, my child is going to age out of this program. And so the question becomes, is time more important than the building?
Mr. Marino, you were there, and I welcome your comments, but I think that's part of the challenge that we have in this decision, and why it's a complex one, because we want to solve the immediate challenges that are in front of us, that are the students that are in the light program currently. But it's also about sustainability for the students for the next 30 years, and what that looks like. So in the room that evening, the impression I got was there was an immediacy of change that was wanted, and when you put that with, no one wants to pay more in taxes. And the fact that a referendum would require that to some degree, that's where I felt that the preferred direction was to return to the high school that evening. I don't know if you had the same feeling, or if I read the room wrong.
And even as we're talking about, paralleling and possibly adding a year in, and as I look out at, like families that are here, and they're going like another year, they're nodding their heads like, please, no. And so, for just a microsecond, let's put to the side what I just said, which you can't keep moving light students from here, and just hear me out for just a second. Is it possible, we've got 13 kids, I believe, that are graduating out of light this year. I don't know the number that's incoming next year. Is it at all possible, without doing any renovation to the high school, for them to go back into the high school sooner rather than later? Not even August of 24, August of 23. Is that at all possible as this weeds itself out? And then we make that decision if we're going to go to referendum, if it's going to fail, and then we're going to move forward with construction of the high school.
given, just hearing what parents are saying, we need to get out of Marlowe like yesterday, right? Is there any way?
So my concern with that, and Dr. Veland and I went down that road briefly of what is the possibilities? Could we possibly pull it off? Maybe. The high school is still not flux with space. We're still a good year away from it being more comfortable to do so. That said, I think that while there's an immediacy in terms of relief, I do worry about the change multiple times in change. And I think that's a factor we have to consider. But I don't believe that the space at the high school would be conducive to the change, and he's shaking his head at me now. They're stressing him out.
I'm sorry.
No, it's a valid question. I asked it myself of so much so of like not making multiple moves, but if a renovation was going to come, say, summer of '24, make the move now, clear it out, renovate over the summer, and then the move was just done. And that's when the space constraints are still very real.
But is that a?
But I mean,
Is it a?
Probably happen.
Is it an internal renovation, or is there an expansion or push outing of?
Well, I don't know yet.
Too?
I haven't had
And that's a
meaningful.
premature question,
Sure.
but I think that's part of this too, because if you have to knock out some of the concrete exterior walls to push it out, I don't know, 10, 15 feet or whatever the dimension turns out to be, just to make sure that there is an expansive space there. But then from a construction standpoint, do you have the timeline to make that happen? If it's just a matter of we keep the existing external walls and all we're doing is knocking down the internal stuff, that probably can be done in a summer, not a big deal.
I haven't gotten
provided there's some space.
to that level of detail.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm envisioning the possibility of removing an external wall and trying to expand it to give more space. But as we did when we did the renovation at the high school, they built that outside space before they did the tie-in on the building. So it can happen in phases. This is the growth, Mr. Rinkowski, in terms of understanding of construction projects. That's what we've been through. But I don't know yet. I need to see, take the needs analysis that was conducted and then translate that to kind of revisit it, because we don't need all the space that they were talking about because it's not a standalone off-site facility. So all those offices and things, the nurses' spaces, it's all right there already. So once we adjusted that we would know fairly quickly, I would think, but it's still an architectural process.
And even, so answering Mrs. Maiorino's question about expediency of this, there's still a waiting period in order to get the existing high school student population down to a point where it frees up some of the rooms and you can make that adjustment internally. And while you're waiting for that student population to come down to allow that maneuverability internally, you can still run that parallel referendum campaign because you're going to be waiting a year anyway, right? You still have to have that differential become a little bit more prevalent.
The challenge to that would be is if we're putting our efforts towards a referendum and preparing for that, we won't be simultaneously preparing for the construction process with architects and general contractors.
Okay, so because you've got to get all that planning and
That's my
permitting and
concern.
everything else.
I don't envision them being simultaneous processes and it'd be ready just in case, because it's cost to go with the architect. And,
Sure.
And then they need to bid and all that. That process takes a lot of time.
Mr. Rinkowski's already scribbling over there. He's got ideas. I can see his brain twisting.
Can I say?
Please.
I've been commiserating with my peers a lot about things like a supply chain issue and electrical gear to put in to build a new building right now.
Speak a little louder, please.
Things like electrical gear to build a new building right now are over a year. And so, I don't know, this is not a referendum. I've experienced a little bit here too, and to think about the referendum, the design process, the build process, I frankly, in the supply chain issues, my gut tells me it would be more like 3 years, just realistically for him. I really do.
really goes back to,
It does.
this is, the recommendation is what it is, by the process of
I mean,
elimination.
and, you know, as Mr. Marino said, the tenor of the room and the message that I received that night, has been similar to the one that we've heard here, over recent months, but, there's a desire for a more, immediacy to it.
Okay.
Our partnership with MCC, we talked a little bit about it. I've shared some of the hydroponic ideas, that we're working on with them. Now, I haven't mentioned the storefront yet. I wanted to have this conversation first, and that's still very preliminary and ongoing in terms of conversations. But there's still a lot of opportunity, I think, in terms of being out in the community and exposure to like-age peers with MCC and community outings that I think we can. I feel confident that a renovation of the high school will be a fantastic change, and a dedicated entrance, close access to the nurse, a renovated space that's dedicated for the life program, access to either the same or a new and improved apartment right in their space. There's a debate on what's best for a student in our transition program, being that they're 18 to 22. And I'm not the parent of one of these students or the teacher of one of these students, but I was the principal of the high school for 5 years and got to enjoy working with these students on a daily basis. And at no point did I see any of their interactions while I was at the high school where I once had the feeling, this is my own personal opinion, but where I once had the feeling of this group of 18 to 22-year-old students stand out or they need to not be at the high school because they're too old. I never had that feeling. I never felt that feeling from teachers or students. While I would love to build a new building, because I think it would only enhance our school district and our community, I think the appropriate route to go for the program is to take them back to the high school and do the renovation and give them a dedicated space with their own private entrance, and access to everything that they need so that they can thrive, which is a partnership between us, MCC, and then focused on the experience, which would be the creation of an off-site business that they can also go to for the business and learn in that space, because it's much more about the interaction and the sales. It's everything behind the scenes. That doesn't have to happen in the classroom.
Right.
It's also like an alternative space
Yeah.
that they're going to have access to go visit, and just a third opportunity of a location for them to go and learn, which only enhances the life skills of interacting in multiple different venues and how things are differently set up in each different place to become comfortable with that. And I've got a really good lead on a couple of places that I'm excited about. Unfortunately, I don't have enough detail, and nothing is finalized that I can share at this point. But I hope to be able to do that in the very near future. And I've had some really good. After that meeting, I've had two families reach out immediately that have either one with a connection to a property and one that owns a property. I've toured one. I have right on Route 47. I've got an appointment to tour the other facility next week. And then when I sent the email to the families as promised, that I would share what my recommendation was going to be, I received two more emails of a couple properties. Obviously, Manny's closed in the square. That was one of the suggestions, even though we saw that
It didn't take long.
Barb Lincoln and her family at Lincoln Farmstead took that. But there's another property on the square that was recommended that I wasn't aware was available. So we've got some really good options, and they're coming from our families who are supporting it. So I'm excited about that, and I hope to have an update on that business very, very soon.
Yeah, hearing that message of expediency is more important. I think you have to go with that second option that was presented, and respect the wishes of the community that's speaking to us about that expediency. But that's why I asked the question, because you can't have the expediency and build the new property. You really have to have one or the other. And if that's what's more important, then that's what's more important.
Well, it's worth the conversation.
Oh, absolutely.
The level that we have.
Yeah, I'll actually throw in another little twist here. I think I've checked here the election cycle calendar. And, this spring is the next election we would make that. The next election is until November of 24. Yeah.
So now you're looking more like
so you're looking at
7/28 school year
you could build, if you could build a
26,
building in 10 months, if it got approved, you'd have it for the September. Come on, Doug, you can do it, man, come on.
He's laughing because he's thinking I'll be retired by then.
Single hand.
Come on.
20 months.
I understand. Yeah, so, yeah, you would get all the way till the August of 26 before you'd be ready to populate that.
Well, and I think that whole, the experience element to the argument carries a lot of weight with me in terms of saying, hey, what's great about the program is that those who are able can go to MCC and do all these great things. We get a viable space here, and then it's the outside community things that really add the extra kick to it. To me, kind of that says, a full standalone building, given all the constraints and challenges to it, it doesn't feel like you're gonna go through all this long process and might be ultimate facility underutilized, meaning your emphasis is gonna be external community, expand and grow. To me, that's not like a building as much as it is, hey, what do we have to offer? What can we do to grow the skills, grow the community connection? And even like on the storefront question, is there a community partnership out there to your point of, in partnership, could we do something pretty special that way? So given all that, along with the logistical challenges, I would be inclined to, go with the recommendation you have in front of us, which is, I think that argument of the population dynamics of the high school is very sound. It'll be very sound for probably a couple decades, the way things are, and if things change, to your point, 12-year wave to get, or a 9-year wave to get to the doors of the high school.
Dr. Rowe, can I just ask one quick question?
Sure.
So if we go with option 2, and we've got the build out at the high school, and the goal is for that build out to be then the light facility, not light in the high school.
Right.
It would kind of like.
I'm looking to do the same thing we did with ECC a number of years ago, and give Light its own RCDT code, which would make it a recognizable standalone school in the eyes of the state of Illinois. So I think that's the step that we would be taking. It would be, so we would have 10 schools that night. It is nice. I think the only other thing that I would add is just some clarity around the discussion. And thank you very much for the discussion tonight. But I'm not seeking that there's no action on this. I'm looking for kind of a consensus that it's good for me to reach out and contact Wold and begin that process of understanding what that might cost. The action would be approving financial actions, and then ultimately approving drawings and the renderings that we would go forward with. If you're comfortable with me heading down that road.
Ask one more question before that. Is there, in the model where Melissa was going, where say, hey, can we go faster in the proposed option? Can we go faster and move to the high school immediately and grow into the space? Kind of along those lines, could we utilize MCC space more so than we do? Is that?
I've gone down that road with MCC. They are, MCC's in the planning to build a new building themselves. Okay. And that was one of the avenues that we pursued was, could we then lease space for MCC for the entire program when that new building was built? And they were interested in talking about that, but they just received the donation. I mean, they're years from that building being up. We've pushed MCC as far as we can in terms of utilizing their space. We got a little bit more this semester, which is allowing Tier 3 and 4 to be there 4 days a week, so they can receive their related services in district that one day. They don't have the space for us right now, but it may be a few years before they do.
Okay.
But they knew we were interested. So I mean, I think MCC serves a great opportunity when they do have more space. For maybe that's one of the more, maybe we do lease another room, and that's a more frequent visit that we make. But it wouldn't be our permanent home.
Okay.
If they were ready with that new building, I would pursue that vigorously, because I think that might be the most ideal option, other than building our own standalone building.
Right.
Other than for leasing space that we pay for.
Right.
Versus being in one of our buildings.
Okay.
Well, that's a good suggestion, though, and NCT is a great partner. They love our kids, and they take really good care of them and our teachers, and we value them.
Thing from that end.
No, I agree. I think the marginal benefit of a standalone building compared to the marginal risk of a referendum not passing and the timeline associated with it makes option two the most viable path, just because of expediency. But you just introduce another level of risk that could make that be 3, 4, 5 years, and that could really, delay a move that's needed. So I agree with kind of the recommendation that you just mentioned for the reasons that you guys just, I think, reasoned amongst the group there. So I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, I agree. I think waiting to see if a referendum passes just continues to kick it down the line, and I don't think that's where we need to head. And I think if we can really make it their own home at the high school, and be their own entity, I think that's the best option.
Okay, so I think it's the consensus. You guys are all in agreement with that.
All right, I'll get to work.
I think you can move forward, trying to.
And I just want to say, I know there was some hope for more of an update on the business, and just, we're working on that. I've still got some really good leads and some meetings that the holidays kind of got in the way of, but I'll have an update on that hopefully really soon. I am very excited about a couple of the options, though, and I think we're really on a good path. But I'll keep you in the loop.
Okay, that concludes your report.
It does. I am finished. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. All right, item 8, Associate Superintendent's report. Ms. Lombard.
Sure, I have a brief update just with our middle school IESA involvement. As you know, each spring we look at IHSA and IESA membership renewal and what activities we will participate in. Earlier, well, it was pretty recent, but earlier this school year, we had the 2 assistant principals, athletic activity directors, Mrs. Laporta and Mrs. Clark, come forward with some opportunities that they would want to recommend based on student interest, participating in 2 IESA activities that we have not done in the past. Currently, Marlowe has a chess club, and they were taking a look at opportunities for the kids not only just to participate and practice those things, but to be able to compete. And IESA does have that chess competition. It is towards the end of February. And so Mr. Johnson and Ms. Clark came forward seeking, would we be able to participate in that? There is still time that we can register and provide that opportunity for our students. And so I wanted just to update you that we will be going ahead forward to do that. That might possibly expand to more students and the other middle school as we move forward. The other is a new activity right now as part of ECC, the extracurricular committee. We may have students who are interested in a club, or maybe it's a sport that we don't have. And one of those that came forward was bowling. And so, as we know, we have the bowling sport up at the high school for both girls and boys. And so there's an interest that came from just a couple of our students, and I believe it was at Heinemann, but to be able to give that opportunity, it will be called more of a club trial as they see what that interest is and how that's growing. We currently have 8 bowlers, or 8 students who are interested in bowling at Heinemann and 10 at Marlowe. And so they will be putting this together with our coaches and our volunteer coach from the high school, working with our students over at Bow High. That season is February and March. I believe it's mid-March, I think, is when the sectional and state competition do happen. And so that's for both boys and girls, just 2 separate teams. At that level, 4 students can go for each team with 2 alternates. And so while we don't have full teams per se at both levels, the schools really felt that it was important to listen to the student voice and to try this out and see how that goes. And so we will be putting together those teams to go forward and try that. I really applaud both middle schools for seeking out that input from our students. What are they interested in? We just talked about that attendance, and one of the ways that you really get students to feel welcome and want to come to schools where their interests are being met, that they feel engaged. And so to be able to add this, I think will meet that need for our kiddos. But in the long run, it's going to strengthen, some of the sports and activities that we have at that high school level, because kids are going to try things at middle school, see what they're interested in, and be able to develop and grow that. So again, I applaud both the middle schools for looking at additional clubs and sporting activities that their kiddos are interested in. And you may see down the road those being requested to be official, sports that are in there. But we're going to give it a try, and just wanted to give you that update. And we're really, really excited to see how our kiddos fare at bowling and at chess. So,
Cool.
Any questions with that?
I have one quick question.
Sure.
Are the two schools for bowling, could they combine? Or is that not allowed at competition? Like, could it be the D158 bowling?
We could, but that would limit the number of students who could participate.
Right.
So students can participate, even if you don't have a full team, at things like bowling and golf. They can be individuals, right? So even though if you don't have that full set of 4 and 2 alternates, maybe you only had 3 boys from that school participating, they can go as a team, but they're competing at that individual level. But it's also giving them that sense of pride and feeling of belonging at their individual school. You could combine that, we talked about that, but these numbers, while small, still allow them to be able to participate through their own.
I might have misunderstood,
Oh,
or misheard when you said we don't have full teams. That's what I thought you meant. So I was like, is there an opportunity to then create a full team? So I think I missed.
Yeah, and these are the numbers of students who are interested now as that gets going, because, so, for example, there's, we know through surveying that there are 2 females at Heinemann. But maybe that gets started, they bring on some other, they see that excitement, and maybe by March, when it's time for sectionals and state, we may have that full team there, so. Pretty
I
excited
think
for that.
Marlowe's largest school in the state.
I think it still is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive school, so it obviously should be able to field on its own, no problem. And Heinemann's no slouch in the
Right.
world of size for middle school, so it probably, yeah, it was
I thought
very.
you said we don't have a full team. That's where I.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now, just based on that interest, because I wanted to see what was there, and of course, we will take more students, and if there are more than we can field, it's still participating, they're, doing that with the practices, they're enhancing their skills, they're socializing with their friends, and then we know that maybe only so many can participate at that state level then.
Okay, thank you.
Informational, everybody good? Yeah. All right, on to 9, Dr. McCrindle.
Good evening. I have 2 quick updates. The first one is talking about some of the trauma-informed training our elementary staff have been participating in. Our Huntley 158 elementary teachers continue to individualize instruction to support our student learning needs, and we see many positive effects coming from that dedicated work. But throughout the school year, our staff quickly began to see some continued effects of the pandemic when it comes to supporting the social emotional needs of our students, as well as some of the behaviors in their classrooms. And so our elementary building admin and the district leadership responded quickly in developing a plan to provide staff with options to support them to better be able to address and handle those behaviors. We're very fortunate to have 2 outstanding behavior specialists on staff in our district, one of which is Allison Anderson. And so she's been going around to each of our elementary schools providing professional learning support to all of our staff on creating safe spaces and environments for all of our students to learn. And this training she's been doing has been a 3-part series with information about trauma. It hones in on the impact of trauma on the brain and then the human behavior, as well as some trauma-informed strategies that teachers can implement in their classrooms that allow students to be successful throughout the school day. Part 1 of that series has taken place during all staff meetings or PLC times throughout their day. And that's that brief overview about trauma, the impact of trauma on human development, and then also that they've identified some physiological, had to read that twice, sorry, responses that occur when a person experiences significant stress, which teachers are seeing impacting the classroom right now. Parts 2 and 3 of that series have been offered through Lunch and Learn with our staff for them to continue learning. The second part is a time to review that trauma on the brain. They talked about some specific statistics of our students between 2020 and 2022 and what that's impacted our students and why we're kind of seeing that in schools right now. And then they also have that opportunity to discuss that related impact and why it's impacting the classroom right now. What we've seen over the past several years is that the general profile of our students is changing, and so we need to make some changes in our classrooms and the environments and the places that we're providing to allow for that. Part 3 is kind of that, what some people have said is very important because they talk about specific strategies that they can actually implement within the classroom with students. And they're helpful for all students, with those that maybe have challenging behaviors and those that maybe don't as well. And so she has completed this at 3 of our elementary buildings. Over 140 staff members have chosen to participate in that throughout all 3 sessions. And we're just very excited to provide that professional learning for our staff and to see that impact throughout the year. So a huge thank you to our building administration who quickly prioritized this learning for our staff based off of their needs and requests, and then to Mrs. Anderson. Miss Lombard and I actually sat through part of her training over at Conley this week, and she just has this ability to support staff in a way that they feel like it's safe, and it's just, she's honest, she's approachable, and she lets them leave feeling like they have some strategies to implement. And so I just want to give you an update on kind of what we've been doing there to support our teachers right now. The second topic I had was just our elementary data meetings. We're in the middle of those right now. We just finished up our academic cycle of getting our math and literacy assessments for the winter benchmarking. The purpose of those data meetings is for our teachers and our admin, the facilitators in the buildings, our coaches, to come around and talk about data, see if we are growing, what are some things that we might need to adjust in order to help our students continue to learn and grow throughout the school year. Overall, it's interesting after the chronic absenteeism report. In general, we are seeing that we are outperforming our last year's fall to winter growth. Now, again, that's average, right, of all students. So we didn't hone in on the students that might be our chronic absentee students yet. And I wanted to highlight just literacy as elementary staff over the last few years have really been participating in that literacy training with our interdisciplinary units and our core training for our teachers. And at most of our grade levels, all except for 5th grade, we're actually outperforming our prior fall to winter growth. So it's very exciting to see the impact of that happening with our staff. In the next month, our building admin are having their winter school improvement meetings. And so in February, we'll be able to give you an update on where Dr. Slumke and I about where our buildings are at that time and meeting their school improvement plans. And I will take any questions.
Go ahead, please, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if anybody had. Not a specific question.
I just, when you were talking about the trauma-informed teachings at the elementary school, and so it just racked my brain, and I actually had to pull it up, because at conference, not this year, last year, so there is Senate Bill 2109 that actually kind of requires trauma-informed training for school boards, superintendents, and it was supposed to actually be required by August of this year, so now it was pushed by August of 2023. So with this person who was training staff at the elementary schools, would they be providing like something, is there something for school board? Or how are we going to meet our general question before, how are we going to meet our required training for Senate Bill 2109?
Yes, I know Dr. Wan has been kind of looking into some of those pieces of that bill that you are, or the bill, I'm not sure, that you were talking about, but we definitely have been talking about what are some of those plans on how we would make sure that we're compliant. Our understanding, I believe right now, is that it might be even a year further out than this fall at this point, but we'll look into that and definitely get back to you.
Okay, so there's another amendment out there, okay.
Potentially. I need to check that, but that's our understanding right now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? And thank you for your report. Thank you, Ms. Riddle. Yeah, it's just kind of very encouraging to hear about the elementary level, the increased gains. Dr. Zumke.
Good evening, everybody. We are looking forward to bringing school improvement plans and updates and highlights in February. Two brief items tonight. We talked a few different ways about our partnerships with McHenry Community College. We have a great one with them, as you well know, in our dual credit program. We have approximately 1,000 students enrolled in 14 dual credit courses. In the fall, in the late fall, they did inform us that they will be imposing a $25 per fee for each student for dual credit classes. We are part of a registration process right now. We want to obviously inform the board, which doesn't require action, but we'd like to work with the high school, make sure that we get this information to the group, inform the students throughout the registration process, add information to the course book, and work with the administration at the high school with Dr. Beelan's team who may need financial assistance. So that is coming into the future. We want to be transparent with that. The second thing I want to share was a really great opportunity. Dr. Budzinski and I were invited to Computer Club at Sun City in Del Webb. We had an opportunity to present about instructional technology, infrastructure, all kinds of things related to technology. 75 to 80 or so folks that came out to see Dr. Budzinski wear his VR goggles. He didn't scare anybody. There's pictures to prove that. We want to thank Dr. Good for hosting, David Good for hosting. We were able to take a short little tour of their computer lab and support system. We look forward to returning and continuing that nice partnership with Sun City at Del Webb. Any questions for me? Those are my couple updates for tonight.
Just had a thought about, I mean, is there a way for us to work with the residents of Del Webb and have our students who are computer literate, helping them out?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we actually, in our visit to their computer lab, where they actually do computer repair for Sun City residents, they actually said maybe this would be an opportunity for some of our high school students to come out there and help.
Yeah.
They specifically mentioned Tuesday evenings. They're open for their community and their members.
There's the other things going on other days.
Yeah, well, their computer lab for repairs, I believe, is only open 2 nights a week.
Yeah.
And Tuesday being one that they actually struggle a little bit to staff.
Yeah.
So it's certainly an opportunity for us to work with potential high school students that are interested in the technical field for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime we can be engaged with our residents in Del Webb, with our students, and they can see the connection, even though they don't have kids in the school district, you know, see the connection of what's going on in our schools. I think that's a great way to interact.
Absolutely. We met a few former teachers. They said those same things. Came back with a few volunteer lists of folks who want to read to our students, who may want to make some donations, who inquired about our kids coming over to work. That's the nice partnership about the opportunity that both Dr. Budzinski and I had. So we'll absolutely look into some partnerships.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good. Anything?
You know, actually, if I could, it actually has more to do with Dr. McCrindle's. I was out, I actually had the opportunity to step out and speak with one of our commenters about Special Olympics when they connected before she left. But, Mr. Marino, your question about trauma-informed, I spoke with Laura Martinez, our IASD Field Services Coordinator, about that. And the way that it works is new board members are required to take that. Current board members will have the ability to do it. It'll be an online course, and it'll be posted on their website in April, she said. Because I actually reached out about updating some board trainings. It's been a while that since we've conducted some, and asked about that one in particular. She said it should be available online through their online portal in April.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Item 11, Mr. Altmeyer, monthly fiscal updates.
Thank you very much. Definitely not as exciting as Mr. Dr. Budzinski's VR look, but I'm gonna
How could it
make
be? Yeah.
a little exciting. Let's start with the fiscal updates. Really nothing to add on top of what you have in front of you for the monthly fiscal update. But I do want to make a few notes of things that did not make the memo, because the memo was prepared before these things happened. The 5 minivans arrived, and they are the hybrid plug-in 82 miles per gallon vehicles. I had a chance to drive one of them, and if you have never driven an electric vehicle, it is super cool. I think I started at 5
Even though
times
it's a
because I
minivan?
didn't hear the engine. So there is really, it doesn't turn on.
You were cool in a minivan?
Yeah, it was cool.
Okay.
I actually want to buy one of those, actually. So those are exciting, and transportation is getting those minivans ready for use in the next few weeks, so stay tuned on that. In addition to that, received notice today that our electric buses should be here by the end of March. They were delayed. Initially, we were supposed to get those in September, October, then November, then January. Well, they are under construction. They are in build mode now with an expected completion date of March 7th to be delivered sometime at the latter half of March here at the district. So we are working, Mr. Rankosik and I and the team are working diligently to get the ancillary charging stations up and running so that we'll be ready to rock and roll when they come in.
Are you gonna try and run those this year?
Yes, we are. If we can get.
Forget the buses
running.
And get training.
Yeah. and-
Well, there's that part of it too.
Yeah, I think so.
They gotta be trained.
Yeah.
You just throw them in there.
During the week, I had an opportunity to meet with Senator DeWitt in advance of the LRB deadline, that's the Legislative Reference Bureau. They have a deadline for submitting legislative bills, and that's January 27th. We had talked in the past about a new construction legislation, so that what happened to us with Alden Memory Care Facility, doesn't happen again. And as part of that legislation that I'm going to be working on, hopefully there'll be a retro piece of that legislation so that we can go back and recapture the new construction that, we should have received from the beginning. So wanted to let the board know that I'm moving forward on that. Met with Senator DeWitt today, talked to an attorney last week about drafting that language that we need to draft. So that is in process, and Senator DeWitt is actually excited to move forward with this legislation, understanding how impactful that situation really was to our district, the county, and the village, and the fire protection district, and all the taxing districts. So that's good news too. And then lastly, I have 2 directors of finance in the house, and it's a really, really exciting time of year because Jenny Sikora, our new director of finance, is in transition mode with Miss Debbie Solomon. She's in the back of the room. Can you give a wave to everybody? So she's here, and I know she hasn't met the board, so maybe afterwards you can meet our new director of finance. I know she has not had the opportunity to meet a lot of our directors and our principals, and so she'll be doing that over the next several weeks as well. So it's great, but at the same time it's bittersweet because, we don't want to see Debbie leave because she's done a great job.
No, we don't.
Thank you.
You can still be talked out of it.
And Debbie hates when I say that stuff, so, but I had to. Other than that, that's all I have for the monthly fiscal updates. Any questions on those things?
Paul obviously has none. You guys have any?
Okay.
No, you can move on to your.
Yeah, next item is the November financial executive summary. 5 months into the year, we're continuing to track within budget, but if you were looking at the financial executive summary, you'd see that we're currently in a deficit position, primarily driven by the lack of federal funding for revenue. And that's primarily driven by, a lot of those grants that we receive, the IDEA grant, the ESSER grant, the ARP grant, there's a lot of federal funds. As you can see, there's $8 million of budgeted federal funds. The majority of those federal funds
$250,000
we receive on a reimbursement basis by filing expenditure reports and then actually getting a reimbursement from the state, through the federal government, through the state. And we have yet to receive some of those reimbursements, but over the next several months, you will start to see those federal revenues tick up. If you were to look at page 2 of the report, we always talk about health insurance. Health insurance are, it is, average claims of 830,000 versus, last year's 708,000. Well, that represents claims being up 17%. That being said, we're still several $100,000 favorable to the trended year-to-date budget, which is good news. The bad news is, well, it is now January and we're looking at a November report. So occasionally I can tell you what we have for the prior month claims, and we actually have the December claims, and the December claims are in, and I almost don't want to tell you what they are because they're the highest they've ever been at approximately $1.3 million. So a lot of that favorability, that trended favorability in that budget line item is going to be gobbled up by 1 month of December claims. And we are seeing a lot more large claims coming into the pipeline over the last several months. And we kind of track that because we also see our stop loss credits. And that's the amount over our stop loss limit of $165,000 that is picked up by Blue Cross Blue Shield. So they let us know that. Year to date, our stop loss credits are approximately $1.6 million. That Blue Cross Blue Shield, the insurance company, has picked up on our behalf, which is greater than we've ever seen, which is a huge indication that we've got a lot of large claims in the pipeline. The number of claims as well as just a few really large claims going on that may be continuous, hopefully not, but could be. So wanted to make the board aware of that. And then if you do look at the dashboard, you'll see what I'm talking about with some of the federal revenues on the report as well. Other than that, I really, nothing this early in the year, I'm really not too worried about where we're standing from a financial position. I think we're continuing to track within budget. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on the financial executive summary.
I don't have any, again, just on health costs, that'll put you back right on budget. We were favorable, like you said. It's you kind of look at October was a real favorable month. You average that month with December and you kind of get to what you saw in November and September. So 900, 950, it's kind of the norm per month. So, okay, I mean, let's just put us back in on par. Any further questions for Mr. Altmeyer on the revenue and expenditures? If not, go ahead and move on to some of our committees here. So item 12 is community relations and student outreach. Myrino, you're the chair of that.
Yes, we have 12.1, our FOIA request. Any questions? We will move that.
Yeah, it's just a report, so, yeah. So that's fine. So then we'd be moving on to policy committee. Haley, you're the chair of that. Do you have any policy updates?
Nothing here for me, though.
All right, yeah, 13.1 here. So we've got our press update, and then the press update following this one is in preparation for the slew of new laws that became reality on January 1st. And just to highlight a couple of them, one, just a particular interest in one that is of specific benefit to the school board, seating newly elected board members. That's always been a struggle for us because it's been 28 days after the April election. We have 28 days to seat those new members. That's been shifted to new laws, we have now 40 days. So that 40-day window actually is going to allow us to not have to have a special meeting, and we can function in our normal meeting structure, which takes a little bit of stress off of my office and Mrs. Stock as we try and figure out and count backwards as to which day do we have and what makes sense and coordinate everyone's schedule. So we're appreciative of that. You can mark that down and think it's logged. I said I'm appreciative of a new law in Illinois that mandates something from us. And then the other one is just there were a number of them, but these two stood out to me. Financial supports for veteran and active duty military families if they meet a certain financial threshold, kind of just cementing a different level of support to those families, which of course we would do anyway, but it's nice to see that's become law for them. So there's a number of others, but that's in your packet for review. But Press is preparing those policies, and they're in here to reflect those new laws and make sure we're covered. A couple of other things that are worth noting, mainly some category title changes, from employee ethics to code of professional conduct being the new title, and that encompasses both employees of the district as well as board members, because it brings in that ethical code of conduct and conflict of interest for board members under that provision. Additional further provisions for employee records being accessible if sexual misconduct is involved. That's been kind of a hot topic in terms of the law of our reporting requirements. If someone is found guilty of something, even in prior district, it's a challenge that the HR world is trying to unfold in the legal landscape, and no one has a really great answer to it yet, other than do the best that you can at this point. But we're trying to navigate through that. But that is covered in these policies. And then, as usual, the legal references and footnotes continue to update as we have additional court cases that address these. So, with that, I'm happy to try and answer any questions. All right. Thank you.
All right. On the building and grounds, Mr. Troy.
Thank you. Item 14.1, the lone item for the evening, O&M updates. Mr. Rinkowski, anything to highlight on there, please?
Yeah, four little things to highlight here. The roofing project from summer 22 is still not financially closed. The roofer unfortunately didn't do some good protection there, and we had some water leakage in the East Gym. We held our feet to the fire, and we had a meeting there a couple of days ago. Our athletic director from Huntley High School was involved as well, and we had a contractor who the insurance company agrees is probably the Midwest expert in this area. We're probably going to have to sand the entire floor down to bear with and close it down this summer for the whole 10-week period, and replace some of the lumber at the expense of the contractor. And just make Ford aware that what's going on there. It's not a project that's on our budget because we're not going to pay for it. I am holding plenty of money on the contractor, and I'm not sure what that's going to do to the budget cycles, but we're not going to pay them until they're done completely. And we're made whole for the problems they created. The second thing I've got to the board is our biggest service contract, custodial services. The RFP is opening on January 27th, and it's a service that does greatly impact the environment in our schools, by the performance in there. And so we take that very seriously when we evaluate the contractors. In the past, we've put together a committee. We'd really like to have two board members, one for the building committee and one from another committee, to participate in our evaluation team. I'm sure there'll be 2 or 3 administrators in there as well to evaluate the proposals. We had a pretty good turnout at the pre-proposal mandatory meeting, so I'm expecting like 7 proposals at least. So, I don't know if anybody wants to step up the plate right now or if they want to do it later, but we really, there's great value to having board members involved to get their insight and we evaluate these people and understand what's going on there.
You said you need 2?
Yeah.
But we can't be in
Can't
the same
both be on the
committee
same
because,
Right. No, I thought.
because of OMA.
Yeah, which is fine. So I don't know if that's
I can.
But is there anybody else who would desire to be involved?
I would, but I can't.
Yeah, right. Let's volunteer Bill, he's not here.
Yeah.
One guy who's out of the room.
No, there's the other guy out of the room too.
Have you done this before?
Have I done this before? Yeah.
Yeah, Paul's been involved.
I've been involved in several bid processes.
I mean, for the record, 2 is not a requirement. 2 is
No,
a desired number of just having a board involvement. I think, let's go with Mr. Troy for now, and then we can, if Mr. Daly is interested and available, we certainly will.
Right.
The next thing I've got to the board is, on the matter of the community solar. Recently, the board did approve, execution of an option to lease, some property, by Forefront Power. And we had a meeting, yesterday, and, I did with them, a virtual meeting, where they're putting their team together and they wanna go ahead and, present to Lake in the Hills, for the zoning review. They're getting their ducks in a row. They're doing this, without having the interconnect agreement go through the whole due process that ComEd requires. But they're confident it's gonna be approved at their level for the interconnect because they did the pre-app and everything was very fine with that. The reason they're escalating it and making that investment at their risk right now is because they recognize there's a chance that the financial incentive opportunities might escalate before they complete the project if they delay too much longer. And so just to make the board aware of that, there'll be a discussion, I'll be visiting the Lake in the Hills village meeting again, I'm sure. And we might have to write letters to community members, contiguous to the property and things like that. That'll happen. The last thing I've got for the board is some good news. It's taken me a while. I looked and found a company that, it turns out it's a company we've used before years ago with some of our larger guaranteed energy savings projects, but they also have a background in solar. I was looking for somebody to take Forefront Power's performance data from year 2 and actually analyze it and see if they agree, like we've done before, where we verify guaranteed savings. And they came back very favorable. They actually used, let me make sure I say this right. They looked at the data that Forefront provided and the meteorological data. They looked at the site, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and to use their data to do an independent review to see if the performance made sense based on the original performance guarantee of the hardware. And they do concur. It didn't cost much at all to have this done, but it is a good third-party verification.
Yeah.
We're right on the money.
Excellent. Any comments?
I didn't say right on the money. I apologize. I didn't say that. They exceeded performance.
Which is good, even better.
Yep. Okay, any questions on the O&M report? Not, we'll turn it back to the chair.
Okay. Item 15, President's Report. Try and make this quick. Just wanted to point out, all the residents of the school district that have received in the last week or so the 2021-2022 annual report. And hopefully people took the time to look at it. It's 10 pages, very well put together, concise information about the district. I just want to spotlight a couple items that caught my eye that the first one, I got to be honest with you, I was kind of blown away by it. That was in the college and career readiness section, where it talks about a graduation rate being at 96%, which is solid. But the number that caught my eye that I just found hard to believe was that 88% of our graduates continue on educational at either a college, a two-year university, or trade school. And I don't recall it being anywhere close. I'm sure it's been creeping up to that, but I was going to have Dr. Rowe make a comment briefly on that.
Well, I will tell you it's an interesting statistic, and it's one we're very proud of. But I remember distinctly when I started at the high school 10 years ago and hired our first counseling department chair, and conversations around increasing our college going rate. He came to us from a school district closer to the east, and he said it was 67%. And he said, we've got to focus on this. You're better than this. It's about knowledge and access and understanding and the right push. So it's been a conscious effort, and I mean, in 10 years, we've seen this more than, increase by 21%. Something we're quite proud of, and it really does echo the work that the entire district is doing, because it starts in preschool and kindergarten. So it's a district-wide celebration, as is the graduation rate, which has been intentional area of focus driving that upwards. We won't be satisfied until it's 100, which may never happen, but at least 99. But we're very proud of that. I appreciate you pointing that out, and I hope the community acknowledges that area growth
I
too.
mean, the math would work out to 84.5% of all the kids who are in that graduating class are going kind of direction, and I just find that, I mean, I think people take those numbers for granted that they're not, I mean, if you look at other districts, there's no, I mean, yeah, it might be at Stevenson, it might be at a few others, but, those are pretty lofty numbers. So congratulations.
Thank you.
To everyone in the district who's making that type of thing happen. You know, other items that were spotlighted was our, you know, the reference to our dual degree program at MCC. I think that's been a very positive area of
So much so as in round two, we have more applicants than we had spots, which was not the case in our first year. So we hate to say no to anyone, but it's a sign of some momentum building and people recognizing the opportunity.
Another area in the report was the pathways of learning, which I know we're all familiar with all these different academies and things, but it's you know, just spotlighting each one of those, and then not in this report, but it's seen recently. If anybody's looked at our course catalog at the high school, I mean, it's amazing. It's incredible. I've stated this before. There's not another school district in the state that provides as many pathways and opportunities. And I would encourage anybody to get a link into our course catalog to look through that and the array of pathways and opportunities our kids have is just spectacular. We talked about in the report student achievement, including our light student who came and all taught us how to dance. That's it, yeah, exactly. So that was all good stuff, and we had a staff spotlight in there, several staff members, what they're doing, and then we got our fiscal responsibility numbers in there, which were all very, the way they were presented are, give you a very good impression of where we stand as far as our cost per student and our cost to the taxpayer. So,
thank you.
There was also a spotlight on our sustainable efforts with the buses and the solar energy, and then our connections with the community. And then ultimately, we had our cover, a little spotlight on our cover designer, who was a Huntley High School graduate. So all done, you know, all homemade type stuff, good stuff. I commend everyone who helped put that together. I think you guys did an excellent job of that. That is President's report. Move on to item 16, which is the legislation committee. Mr. Grady.
Yeah, so don't have much. Lame duck session did not result in any new laws for schools, luckily, with what we talked about earlier. And then, you know, just in the first 12 hours of the new General Assembly, over 1,000 bills were filed. So we'll see what that holds for the spring, but more to come, I guess. I'm sure we'll have plenty of updates in the next few months.
All right. We are now on to action items. So the first one here is 17.1 is the Board of Education minutes. Do you have any questions concerning the minutes that are presented? Not. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Grady. Mr. Grady seconded. Give me a roll call.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yeah.
Mr. Garrett? Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 17.2 is the Human Resources Committee. Mr. Gentry.
Yeah, we have the, one item is 17.2.1, personnel report. I think we all have access and have talked through that. If there aren't any other questions or comments, I will make a motion to pass the personnel report as presented.
Second that. Dr. Zeri, you didn't have any further comments concerning the report, did you?
No.
Okay. All right, I've seconded it. Any other discussion on it? If not, if we could take a roll call, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Karen?
Okay, motion passes. Item 17.3 is the Finance Committee. We have our purchase orders, accounts payable, impress, disbursements listed in the agenda. Does anybody have any questions related to those items? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase orders, accounts payable, impress, issued, and disbursements as presented in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Daly. Roll call, please.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Karen? Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. 17.3.2 is establish the fiscal year, resolution 2023-0101. Mr. Altmeyer, this is a normal recurring thing we do, and we're required by law to have a, I believe, June 30th fiscal year end, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Okay, so that shouldn't require much discussion. Therefore, I'll make a motion to approve the establishment of the fiscal year through resolution 2023-0101 as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. May roll call, please.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Karen? Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Okay, it passes. 17.33, designation of person to prepare a tentative budget resolution, 2023-0102. Resolution is to appoint Mr. Altmeyer to be that person who presents the budget. Again, is there any questions related to that?
I feel very strongly about this one.
Okay, I would agree. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the designation of Mr. Altmeyer as the person to prepare the tentative budget, the resolution 2023-0102. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we have a roll call?
Discussion?
Yeah, you can have a discussion.
Is it too late to nominate Debbie Stone?
I think she would tell you.
She declined.
I think she would tell you it's way too late in her book.
Just checking.
Okay.
Thank you for indulging.
Yep, not a problem. Yes, can we have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Yes.
It's on a tape delay.
Mr. Karen?
Motion passes. Okay, 17.3-4, 2016 debt refunding abatement resolution 2023-0103. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. We have three resolutions, the next three agenda items, so we'll start with the first one. The first one is, standard operating procedure since 2006. This is the series debt, series 2016, which was initially the Marlowe edition 2006A series debt, for which, we decided at that time not to charge the community via taxes. So on an annual basis, we abate these funds because these funds are paid with impact and transition fees or impact fees. So this is an annual process that we abate these dollars. This year, the debt service on the Series 2016 debt, which is part of the 2009 series, which relates to the 2006 original series, is $474,996. So we ask the board for the approval to approve the resolution attached to abate these dollars so they don't show up in the levy year 2022 taxes that we just recently approved. I do want to note that next year is the last year of the Series 2016 debt, and that final payment will be made on January 1st, 2025. So we will be doing this process one more time next year. So with that, we are...
This goes back to, this was the Marlowe?
This is the Marlowe edition, yeah.
Okay.
It's been a long time, but we're finally getting it done. So with that, we ask the board for approval of the resolution, and then we'll file that resolution with the county so that these dollars do not show up on the tax bills to the community.
Okay, no further discussion. Anybody need any further explanation on that? Not, I'll make a motion to approve the 2016 debt refunding abatement resolution 2023-01-03.
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Roll call.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Garin? Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. 17.3.5 is the resolution to escrow funds for future abatement. 2023-0104. Mr. Altmeyer?
Thank you. This one requires a little additional explaining, but for the board members that were here last year, this is very similar, if not the same, of what we did last year. So our current debt structure outlines bond and interest due with this levy 2022 year that we just recently passed, sitting at $23.86 million, right? Well, that's about $12.3 million too high because that relates to the October 7th refunding that we did, and it was a forward rate lock refunding that we will close on October 6th, 2023. So what this resolution does is abate these dollars so that $12.33 million will not show up in the 2022 levy to taxpayers, similar to what we did last year. Those dollars will be set aside in an escrow to ensure that that happens. So this is, for the second year running, kind of standard operating procedure as it relates to the October 7th, 2022 refunding that we did for the Series 2023A forward rate lock, which was at 3.88%. That's what this resolution is for. Again, without passing this resolution, well, we'd be passing a huge 100% increase in debt structure taxes to the community. So this is a big one that we have to do, which is why we did that refunding before year end on October 7th, when we opted for that forward rate lock at 3.88%.
Yep. All right, any board members have any questions concerning this item? Further explanation? Okay. Not, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution to escrow funds for future abatement as stated in 2023-01-04, stated in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Daly. Roll call.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Garin? Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. 17.3.6 is the general fund abatement resolution, 2023-01-05. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you. Whereas the other abatement resolutions were, somewhat standard operating procedure, this is a benefit to the community. This is the $750,000 that we've discussed over the past several years of abating to the community that relates to the operating surplus of fiscal year 2021. And we're doing this obviously in an effort to minimize the tax impact to the community as we agreed to this, a long time ago, by utilizing that surplus from 2021. By decreasing the 2022 levy bond and interest by $750,000, the abatement is providing for an approximate 88% decrease in property taxes, resulting in an approximate $45 decrease for someone with a $300,000 market value home. If you recall, we passed the 2022 levy with a 5% increase in the operating tax rate. Combine that with an approximate 3.5% increase in the bond and interest, excluding new construction, the overall increase to the extension for levy year 2022, as we previously discussed, approximates 4.81% After this $750,000 abatement, the rate decreases to the community to approximately 3.9%. So big benefit to the community, absolutely the right thing to do. And so attached, we are asking the board for approval of the abatement of $750,000 for the Series 2004 capital appreciation school bonds out of the general fund for the 2022 levy. And with that, we ask for your approval.
Yep. All right.
No, it's just kind of a commentary that with all the protestations from the last month about things going upward, there's nobody here to listen to things are being helped and addressed. So it's just an unfortunate reflection of situation. So
It's understandable.
that's all.
Yeah, I follow. It's okay. It's, this is something we had promised and talked about.
No, absolutely. And I'm glad that we're doing what we said we were going to do. It's just nice to receive a little bit of credit for this kind of stuff too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? Yeah, I mean, this is a nice, strong move by the district. It's kind of unprecedented, but we went through some unprecedented times with COVID and our, came out a little bit, came out favorable, and this is how we decided to deploy some of those additional funds we ended up with during that time frame. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the general fund abatement resolution 2023-01-05 as presented in the agenda. Second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin? Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. 17-4, Building and Grounds Committee. Troy, take it back.
Item 17.4.1, bus lot expansion bid. Mr. Rinkosik, anything to highlight on here before we put this to action vote?
This is in conjunction with the EV bus work. We also put in there in the base bid some large areas of the bus lot which had to have repairs done. We were having paving work done. That was in the base bid. But as an alternate to keep us on a good pace on our capital replacement and considering savings by scale, we asked for an alternate bid to replace the rest of the bus paving lot where the vehicles park, not around the service building, just the large rectangular area where all the buses park and maneuver in and out of the fenced-in area. And the numbers that came in for the alternate were favorable, and I understand that financially, by way of the transportation fund, it's viable to do, so we're recommending that we take the alternate bid. If we don't, in the base bid, we're gonna spend about $100,000 doing repairs, which ultimately in the near future, we'll probably rip out when we replace the whole lot. So this is in our financial best interest to do this now. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? All right, seeing no questions, I'll make a motion to award the bus lot expansion bid 2022.19A to Schroeder Asphalt Services for the total amount of $1,122,000 even, period.
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin? Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 17.4.2, Johnson Controls Planned Service Proposal. Mr. Rinkosik again.
This is a routine service contract that we have for one of our newer, more efficient chillers that resides that supports the needs of McCaven Elementary School. It's the only one we own, it's York, and York was bought by Johnson Control a number of years ago. And I have no other comments, be happy to answer any questions.
Open it, well, yeah, I'll just open it for questions now.
I just have a quick question. Does it make a difference on some of these, it says consolidated school, Huntley High? I think page 11, like the customer.
Yeah, right.
Right.
All service contractors do make that confusion. My apologies. I see that, yeah. That's in the header.
Is it a header and then it's on
Yeah,
page
it's the
11?
header, yeah.
Oh, it's also on the back page. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get that corrected.
Okay.
Don't see that as a showstopper necessarily.
No, but you're,
Yeah, but it could catch. Any other additional questions, comments? Not hearing any.
Oh, my bad.
Oh,
My bad. We asked them to combine two service pieces together. My bad. There are, when we did the black box edition at the high school, we had installed variable flow refrigerant, cooling system at, it's a new technology, variable flow refrigerant. It's a higher efficiency type of a product in the corridors in the main lobby there, in the entryway to the black box. It's a really technically difficult, and I asked them to bundle that when we looked to renew the chiller contract, and so we had one contract. And that's why you see the high school's name in there. If you look back to page, of the paginating of my document, page 12 of 29, you'll see reference to that McCabe and Chiller. My apologies. That's why you see that high school name in certain places in that. My bad.
Okay, so then the price includes both?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Yes, it does.
thank you.
good catch, and thank you for the explanation. If any other questions or comments? Hearing any, I'll make a motion to approve the assurance maintenance agreement as presented in the agenda to Johnson Controls Industries, period. I don't have anything more to add, as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Crowdy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett? Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Last one here is 17.4.3, pavement improvement bid 2023-19. Mr. Rinkowski, one more time.
This is, this project was part of our August capital projects list. We budgeted for replacement of the asphalt drive that extends from Marlow to Martin, the Martin bus lot in the receiving area, in the base bid. We chose to ask to, for an alternate bid again, for the entrance off of Halligus at Scott, the entrance to our Reed Road campus. You may recollect, I think I might have put the, I didn't. There was a presentation to the board. I tried to find the record of when it was. It was about a year and a half ago or so, where we talked about reconfiguring our traffic engineer, who's done a world of good for us on our other properties and some of the village roads too. He made a recommendation. We were looking at fixing all the issues at the traffic flow inside Marlow at the parent drop-off and staff parking area, and we fixed that. And while he was there, he noticed that there was a potential for some improvement for the traffic flow, mainly the congestion at the three-way stop as you exit Marlow's bus drop-off, parent drop-off and staff exit there, and all the confusion that can ensue there if you've never visited at certain times with the buses go one way and the cars go the other. And he was adamant that he thought that there could be some real improvements in traffic flow there that would help us greatly. And I brought it to Mr. Johnson's attention. I don't know that Mr. Johnson was the principal originally when this was brought forward as an idea. But when we went and revisited the parking lot one more time before we bid it and did that last summer, Mr. Johnson was brought into the discussion, and he has advised me that he recognizes the value of it by watching that traffic every day, that there would be significant improvement there. I will tell you, when we took that alternate, I asked for it to take the asphalt all the way back, past the receiving room door, between the stadium and the building, to the bus lot, because that would end, the original old asphalt. It's significantly degrading there. That piece up front there is starting to really go. It just, at the time, it wasn't in the cards for the budget, cycle that we presented to you in August, but, in conference with our leadership, it looks like, there are ways to make it work. And if you look at the engineering estimates compared to the numbers come in, it is a favorable number. Numbers.
There's a little bit of an error, because this one didn't make it into the board packet. And I don't see it on the electronic agenda either.
The alternate?
Yeah, we don't have the attachment, we don't have the
We don't have
attachment
any of it for that.
item.
You don't have the bid summary?
No, we have the 604 pages of the bid packet that were sent to us earlier, but I'm looking at the end of the document, and I don't see anything beyond the last, the Johnson Controls.
Yeah, it's just no PDF attached.
No PDF attached. Well, it can wait.
Can it?
Yeah. I talked to the contractor, and I told him we weren't sure if we could get this into the board packet, by now, and I said it might be February. He told me that it would be reasonable, and he can still.
He would be able to keep to his bid.
Honor his bid, yes.
Doing a special meeting. The work's not getting done till summer, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So,
Our February meeting structure is February 2nd and February 9th. It's moved up, so we'll.
Go ahead.
So we're fine.
So we should.
I actually, in our email, it is the week.
It's on the board website.
It's three,
It is, I'm.
Oh, it's
on the board website, then it's published.
You know, when you click the link, it goes to
Where is
the
it's
form.
a three-page attachment, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Now it's there. If you refresh the district.
That's what I was
If
trying-
you refresh the website version, it is there.
because I know Boardbook's been having issues today.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
We're gonna refresh
If you-
it.
If you go through the district website and access it, it is there.
Did that.
It's gonna take 5 minutes to refresh.
Wait.
Okay.
I got it.
No, it's-
I
Got
can
it?
refresh it here. Right, refresh.
That should just take a few minutes to get through
Okay.
it.
I was relying on the email version that was sent out as a
Oh, I
precaution
see it.
because of the board book
Yeah.
issues.
Mhm.
Right, you're wanting us to go with the alternate bid too, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Include the alternate bid.
yeah. So this is Abbey Paving. So
Yeah.
wasn't it Schroeder or Schrader Paving who got the bus lot?
Yeah, actually,
Where the heck were they? They're not even in here.
Schroeder called me, after the mandatory pre-bid meeting
Yeah.
and asked if there was any way to waive that. A few of their people were on vacation for the holidays, and everybody else in the office, including the designated personnel, got sick. Talk about absence due to illness.
Yeah.
They had a problem, and he asked for that, and I said, in all due respect, that, in honor of all the people, that made sure that they were at the mandatory pre-bid meeting, it would not be looked on favorably by the trades in that business if we were going to allow that. discrepancy to take place. They totally understood. They apologized for missing it. They were disappointed, but they understood.
This is 20% below the engineer's estimate. Heavy paving.
Yeah, they did,
Have experience, what have they done?
they did the Chesapeake Martin reconfiguration with all the islands and everything. It's a very complicated project, did a fantastic job. Actually, one of the best paving jobs I've seen done here.
Really?
And so I was very pleased that,
Okay.
they came in with, numbers this good. And Aero Paving has done work for us, and they're very reputable. They've done several of our projects. They're very reputable, and, so we've got a nice tight knit of bidders here.
Yeah.
I like to believe that one of the reasons we get good bids like this is because, number one, we bid early, so the good contractors don't have their book of work full, and number two, we're good about paying. Everybody knows we pay our bills, right? You know, when they're entitled to be paid.
Right.
And so they like doing work with us, and so we can get some good prices from people compared to others in the market.
Okay. Well, the last thing I would have is, Mark, we're able to make this happen.
Well, yeah, this is gonna be a summer project, and so I think within the overall scope of all the projects we have going on, we're gonna have to look at certainly where we are on some of these projects, but with this one, with the alternate bid, if you picked up on what Doug was mentioning, we still need to do the entranceway. So without the roundabout, if we were just to pave the entranceway and the road all the way down to the O&M,
Right.
what are we calling that, the entrance?
If we took the base bid, the entrance off of Halligus and Scott would not be done. It would just be the road
Right.
between Martin and Marla and the bus lot.
No, and I have no problem doing that.
Correct, but
Making sure we can
fit it in from a budget perspective.
standpoint, that's all.
Yeah,
So you figured out how you're gonna do that with the rest of the projects and stuff.
correct.
Okay. Well, this fits.
All right, any additional questions? Everybody okay? All right, I will make the motion then to approve, and award base bid, the alternate bid to Abbey Paving, for paving improvements bid 2023-19 at a total cost of $1,210,730 even, period.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin? Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Turn it back to the chair.
Yep, motion passed. And so, well, the rest of you can go home. I'm gonna need to make a motion to resume, go into closed session for the items enumerated in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Craddy, roll call.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin? Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be in closed session.
The Alden memory care, so the Alden memory care is taking a $30 million project.
Okay, we're back from, closed session, 10:37, we need roll call. Do it, Mr. Troy,
Present.
Ms. Marino,
Here.
Mr. Quagliano is here. Here. Mr. Daly,
Here.
Mr. Craig.
Here.
Right, quorum, no action out of closed session. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:37. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned.